Hello? Are we good? Hold on. Oh, the chat's not working for some reason. Hey everybody. Well, I hope you can at least hear me. I can see you in some spaces, but not others. Let me try. Oh, never mind. You're here. Yay. It was just a delay. Hey everybody. How y'all doing? Good. I hope. I'm here to bring you some copyrighted material. We're here to catch a copyright claim on stream because I just don't care anymore. I mean, YouTube, if you're watching this, I care so much actually, which is why I went through beforehand and cut this down, hopefully, so that we don't run into any issues. Fair use. Shout that out. Wouldn't have a career without it. How is everybody doing? Somebody said it's dark. Do you mean like where you are, hopefully, and not the picture quality? I hope. Hey, someone said, finally I made it. Yes, you did. Finally, I started on time. That's the part that's crazy to me. Literally 12 p.m. on the dot. I was like, screw it. I'm ready. We're going live, bro. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to download a part of the thing that I need in order for us to watch the clips that I'm going to be complaining about. Let's see. Someone said, let's go hide me from the future. I haven't recorded it yet. I haven't hit record yet. Actually, if you're new to the stream, welcome. The way this goes basically is the first 30 minutes or so are exactly what you're getting right now, which is literally just me like yapping, a yap session. And then at the 30-minute mark, that's when I go into today's topic, which in this case would be Netflix's latest stand-up special, courtesy of Tony Hinchcliffe, who is genuinely, you might have remembered me ranting about him like multiple times during the last stream because I've been trying to make this video for a while. Genuinely one of the worst people out there. Like, as much as I was like hating on Andrew Schultz basically a couple years ago, as much as I was hating on Joe Rogan's comedy, I swear to God, this guy is worse, to the point where I can't even show you that much of the special, not only because of the copyright things, but like y'all would literally get bored and die. And I don't want to be responsible for that. Someone said, I very much enjoy the structure you got. Thank you. I enjoy it too. It's enough to keep me on track enough to at least get through a topic within the time that I stream, but it's loose enough for me to not feel super constrained. Because when I feel constrained, that's when I start spiraling out even more, actually. Someone said, I'm on the treadmill training for your charity stream. Good. You better keep trucking. I've been putting the miles in. I think yesterday I just did 6 for fun. So, I mean, I'm not going to ask you to run the entire half marathon with me, but if you want to do that, you can. I still got to figure out a solution for like where exactly I'm going to record that. I may ask around and see if people will, or like I can go to a place where maybe they'll let me do it. It might be tricky to get good internet there, but we'll see. We'll make something work, bro. We will make it work. Somebody said, D'Angelo, I started running because you give me peer pressure. That literally makes me happy. If I'm going to influence you to do anything, run is a decent one. It's one of the less bad things I could encourage people to do. I saw someone say he ruined the comedy scene so bad. It's literally Joe Rogan's fault. I agree, Tony Hinchcliffe has made things worse, but as you're going to see through today's outline, this is all a function of Joe Rogan and his absolute decimation of everything that the Austin comedy scene was, which I have very strong feelings about as a Texan, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Someone says, I've never heard of this dude before, but he sounds interesting from what you're saying. Interesting is certainly a valid word. Oh man, an absolute mess is what this guy is. All right. Everything is downloading nicely. I think Premiere is working. One of my least favorite programs of all time, but sadly the one that I use for everything. So alas, there's little I can do. Or maybe I do have options and I just don't exercise them. So it's my own fault. But alas, I'm trying. Someone said, I also started running because of you, my legs doth protest. Well, definitely don't run too much, right? Like when you got tired legs, chill. Or go slower. That's always the right option. You just take a day off for no reason or for valid reasons. Someone said, hold up, you're a Texan. Very Texan. Yes. I lived there for 20 years. I don't live in Texas currently. I'm in North Carolina, but you can't unbecome a Texan. Someone said, I know you run outside usually, but you don't have a treadmill. No, I have access to a treadmill, but I don't own one. There's one in the building in which I live, but I live in an apartment complex. And I also can't obtain one because I live above people And the last thing they want to hear is me like clunk, clunk, clunk for literally 2 hours during like a slow half marathon. So that's why we probably are going to have to stream from somewhere else. Probably, definitely. Someone says switch to DaVinci Resolve. Oh, it's been a long journey with me trying to switch to DaVinci Resolve. I think the first time I made that jump was 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, I think it was before the 2020s was the first time I tried to switch to DaVinci. And unfortunately, despite it objectively being the better program and also literally free, it's been a lot of back and forth. I've ping-ponged, and sadly, I'm back in Adobe camp right now. Not because I want to be. It's bad. Someone said Tony Hinchcliffe looks like he would call me a slur, low-key. This is funny. Well, it's not funny, but I had to edit slurs out of today's footage because he says them in the comedy special, and I didn't want to get dinged. And I'm just like, dog, what even is life at this point? This is sad. Y'all are going out sad. Someone says my grandma has a treadmill in the basement and I can hear her upstairs. Why are they so noisy? Dude, they are so noisy and it does piss me off pretty bad. Yeah, so we got to be, we got to be considerate of the people around us for sure. Someone said best thing for Texas is Whataburger or Brahms. I'm glad Whataburger is making its way out of Texas to more places because Whataburger is lit. It's fire. It's fantastic. Why did somebody mention Skrillex randomly? Shout Skrillex out. Reading chat. Someone said I got to see Skrillex and Kesha live this weekend. Yo, that's fire. Those are two people I would be happy to see live. I'm a big fan of Skrillex and Kesha's music. That's dope. Like, this was two different places where they at a festival. That's fire, dude. Someone said GIMP is a good substitute for Adobe Linux Friendly too. GIMP is pretty good. I remember using that one a long time ago, like back when I was a teenager. And I've also heard decent-er things about Affinity Photo, I think. Reading chat. Someone said for those with knees that make running difficult, rowing has been a really good cardio alternative for me. Bro, rowing will get your heart rate up though. You are definitely right. I actually, low-key, I hate the rowing machine specifically for that reason. Because I'm just like, oh my gosh, why is this like difficult? It's so good, man. Someone says Whataburger made me feel like I was in the 70s slasher flick. You were. Every time you enter this establishment, there is danger. But don't worry, you'll be fine. Someone said I saw Hemlock Springs last weekend and she was amazing. Okay, that sounds amazing. She definitely seems like she would be a great performer. The last time I saw Skrillex was years ago, close to Halloween. Everyone wore their costume. That sounds fantastic. That's dope. Someone says, shout out to my Lost Boys. We rowdy. Yeah, let's go. Okay, we don't want to get too into this because then people are going to be like, what is going on? Is this a dubstep fans chat? Don't worry. We won't jump you if you don't like dubstep. Someone said been live for 12ish minutes. Yes, we have. Someone said me slightly embarrassed. I'm about to hop on my Gemmo for the morning. Don't be embarrassed. Go for it. Take a walk. Go slow. Put the incline up. Put it down. Do whatever. Just move your legs. That's all that matters. I love Hemlock Springs and Sarah Kinsley. Sarah Kinsley, I feel like I should listen to more. Or maybe I'm not familiar with this person. Someone said I'll try the rowing machines next time then. Thanks. Yeah, definitely. Just be careful. That joint will really make your heart beat. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Someone said Church's Chicken is also a great Texas fast food place. I like Church's Chicken, but I do feel low-key like they have gone downhill since from when I was a child. And I don't know why I feel that way. Maybe it's not true. Also, how are y'all with spicy food? I need to know. I've said this before. I'll say it again. But like half of my family is from Louisiana. So it's literally like you have to be okay with spicy food or you will die. I have been served things by relatives that I think bordered on, I shouldn't make this joke and I'm sorry. It bordered on child abuse to where it's like, why the hell would you serve this to me? But I still ate it all. It was delicious. Literally, we go so ridiculously overboard with the spicy food in Louisiana and I don't know why. It's not even fun to eat. It gets to a point where it doesn't taste good. But I was 5 years old and I learned real quick how to finish a bowl of dirty rice or jambalaya, how to finish gumbo that was so hot because it literally got pulled off of essentially a bonfire and served to me immediately. You can't even chew the shrimp. It's literally like crazy. So yeah, if y'all are struggling with spicy food, you can't come to Louisiana, or you can, but you need to be careful. Someone said I only got into spicy foods in my early 20s, and now in my late 20s I can't eat it because I got acid reflux. Oh man, that kind of sucks. Actually, that sucks. As someone else said, acid reflux. That is rough, man. Someone said Nigerians eat spicy food. I bet, bro. I was in Santa Ana a couple weeks ago and thought Frontier Burger was pretty good. Frontier Burger. Why do I feel like I've never eaten there, even though I'm literally from San Antonio? That's crazy. Someone said, I like Cajun level spicy, but Thai level spicy is crazy. True. We are not the only ones who be seasoning the hell out of our foods. I've tried foods from other places and I'm like, woo, what is y'all doing? What is the point? But I like it though. I love spicy food, man. Someone said I watched Obsession and it effed me up more than any other movie I've ever seen. I hope you at least enjoyed it. It's traumatizing. the content in there is awful, but it is a well done movie. I will stick by that for sure. Oops, I'm accidentally downloading this man's comedy special twice. Let me tell you right now, you don't want that to happen. This isn't what you want. Okay, so now that it's in my downloads, I can move it over to Premiere, I think, because then from there, I should just be able to play the truncated version of it. See, I'm smart. I use my brain, kinda, sometimes. Not always, but it's okay. I do my best, I swear to God. Some said you miss Texas as much as one can miss Texas while being a leftist. No. Yes and no. Some said I've had spicy and oily Thai food and it has effed up my acid reflux for real. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like everyone has that point where if you can get away with it, I know some people can't due to like allergies or whatever, but I have seen people set aside allergies even just because the food was too good, or like gluten intolerance, and they're just like, I'm gonna eat this anyway. Consequences be damned. Oh, I have something else to tell you. I promise I'm going to keep it short because I'm still working on compiling all my thoughts into one place, but I finally caught up on Love Island. So if you all have been watching this, I have now seen the last episode you have, and I have so many thoughts. But yeah, I think now that I've watched hours and hours and hours and hours, and I think almost 12 hours or 13 hours of this content, I am going to make a video about it. Just one. Just like a season thoughts thing, because I have so many feelings, and I want people who don't want to spend 20 hours, 30 hours of their life watching Love Island to feel the way I felt watching this for the first time as somebody who didn't even know what the concept or point of the show was. So yeah, I'm working on that. I'm literally taking notes. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm on my phone like, okay, I need to make sure I mention this, or oh, I need to save this clip from this episode. So yeah, that's happening. Someone says Sincere is everything but his name. Yeah, we can't even get into a combo right now about Sincere or any of the genuinely nonsensical things that are happening on that show, because I would be here all day. Someone said can see someone say I would have to agree with that. Yes, can I say this? Trinity, save her from the villa. Sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about it. That's the one thing I'm going to say. She is literally too good for the villa. If y'all don't like her, that's fine. I'm telling you right now, she's the number one. She's just the one. Like, she's real. Like, I know it's reality TV, so it's not possible for anyone to be truly real, but as real as you can be while being on TV, I feel like Trinity is the one. So every time she's there, I'm like, yeah, go Trinity. I'm happy for you. And I can't believe you remain so level-headed throughout all of this nonsense. So yeah, if I was going to root for anybody, it would be her. But I do like multiple people on the show. Like, it's just like, I feel like she should be on a different show. She deserves better. Oh my God. Reading chat. Someone says, I look up the tag on Twitter and it's messy drama, but entertaining. It's very much that. It's messy drama and it's entertaining. And it's like, everyone signed up for it. So what can you really say? But yeah, that's my little condensed, truncated current Love Island thoughts. I will keep taking notes and then put it all in the video. I'll literally just go bit by bit, like, okay, y'all, this is what the show is about, and these are the wide range of amazing personalities that we get introduced to. This is what manipulation looks like. This is literal gaslighting. By the way, y'all want to see what gaslighting really looks like? Just wait for that, because I swear to God, I know that we overuse the word gaslighting in just today's world, because we call everything gaslighting. There are, don't mind me trying to pull up my second monitor for this comedy special. There are literally such extreme examples of gaslighting that happen on Love Island to where it's borderline triggering. It's like actually triggering. Someone said Anaya too. Anaya seems very sweet. Yeah, no, dog. Like I can't believe the level of bad person that people are willing to show of themselves on TV is what I guess I'm shook at. Hey, I'm over here on YouTube where my job is to lie and seem like a good person. Hey guys, follow me. I'm an influencer. I'm definitely worth listening to. But then to just see people be on TV and be like, I don't care if y'all hate me, I'm gonna lie and do horrible things. I'm like, wow, there's so many ways to get a bag. Truly. Someone say he's doing the Hinchcliffe stuff he talked about the other stream. Yeah, in about 10 minutes or so, I'm just start going off. I'm gonna be so mean. No, probably not. I think the thing is, like, you hit a level of racism. By the way, I feel like this is my third video in a row where I'm talking about racism. I'm gonna address that in a second. But you hit a level with the racism where I don't even feel the need to be mean anymore. I just feel like you're embarrassing yourself. That's mostly what this Tony Hinchcliffe thing is, an exercise in embarrassing oneself on a national stage. That is Netflix stand-up comedy. But yeah, no, don't ask me why between like swastika photos coming out and the discussion that was happening there, and then like whatever was going on at the White House recently, and now this Hinchcliffe stand-up special. I don't really know what's up with these back-to-back-to-back racism themed videos, but I'm not sorry about it. It sucks. Someone said, unfortunately, it's a prominent topic in society. It keeps coming up in pop culture, which is why I keep talking about it. I will definitely have a break with more lighter-hearted content soon. Don't worry. But like, dog, y'all are doing the most. Y'all are truly doing the most. Someone said Tony is as racist as he is boring. He literally is. Okay, no, dog, it's bad. It's bad. I'm literally trying not to like give commentary before I start recording, because then it's gonna be wasted. Someone said I finally made it to alive. Hey, and you made it just in time too. In about 7.5 minutes, we're gonna get to work. Oh, I wrote down some things that I wanted to talk to you all about. Let's see what's on my alternative topics list. There's only 2 things on here. One of them is Love Island, which I already talked about. And then the other was actually Lil Nas X. Did y'all see that Lil Nas X is doing better? I don't know if y'all knew that this happened. But here, let me see if I can find it. This isn't like a video or whatever. But a few months ago, actually, Lil Nas X was arrested and hospitalized for mental health stuff. I don't remember when exactly this happened, but it was quite a while ago. But it was concerning. It was very disconcerting. Like, video was released of him, and I just felt bad and sad because it seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't doing well. But thankfully, despite arrests being involved, he was safe and fine and got the help he needed. And recently, it says Lil Nas X shares update after getting mental health care. There's less fear in my heart. And he said he's been diagnosed, I believe, with, did he say bipolar? Yeah, bipolar disorder. He said, I didn't want to admit it because I didn't want to have to take medication and have people think of different of me. But he has a therapist now and a psychiatrist. He's doing much better. It's just nice, I guess, like to see something that was going in a bad direction seemingly get turned around. And I just think it's literally always a good thing when somebody very prominent comes forward and says, hey, I struggle with this mental health disorder, but I'm getting help now and I'm trying to do better, and it's not easy. So yeah, I was happy. That was good news. Good news about a celebrity that I wanted to share with you. Yeah, the arrest did not end in, I don't know, a bad direction. But dude, all of this stuff is so like complex and tricky. Like, I don't know. It's just tricky. Like, it's not easy for anybody to be, you know, in the limelight, but then obviously you get a lot of privilege from that. But I just will say, like, mental health disorders plus fame really don't go together. So, oof, buddy. Someone said it really gives me hope when I hear people getting help for mental health stuff. That's why I shared it. It literally made me happy because I just feel like low key, who wants to live on like hard mode all the time? I mean, some of us don't have a choice, but it's nice to know that things can always be somewhat easier, I guess. And you got to just kill that shame. Just tell people. I mean, if you're comfortable the way Lil Nas X is, just tell people. I got a disorder. I got a psychiatrist now. I'm in therapy. I needed help. That's huge. So shout that out. Someone said, I love when people talk about bipolar and how life-changing treatment can be. Yeah, well, I feel like it's pretty misunderstood. So the more people who experience this, talking about their experiences with it is always a good thing for sure. Especially with it being one of those ones that gets demonized. I mean, they all do to a certain extent, but yeah, no, more of that. More of that, please. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. But I'm going to say it. In the theme of representation, and because I only had 2 topics that I wrote down, being Lil Nas X and Love Island, I will jump back to the first one and say, they literally had disability representation on the show. And then it just vanished. And within the first week is that's the only thing I'm going to say about that. And it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't anybody's fault, but I was pissed off when that happened. I got pissed off when that happened. So I'm gonna mention that of like, okay, I don't feel like this was a conscious decision on anyone's part, but y'all are wild for that. Y'all are wild for that. 1 week of representation. They're like, nah, we gotta move on from this. Someone said it didn't take long. It really did not. Oh, nah, man. Nah. Someone said no one pronounced her name correctly. True. She kept telling people it's Beatrice. And everyone was like, Beatrice. It was wild, dog. B. Anyways, sorry. You can feel me literally trying to contain all of these thoughts and feelings. I'm gonna do it. No one told me the show was so long. No one said it was an hour per episode and it came out multiple times a week. It's really hard to watch it all, but I'm trying, dog. I really, really am. Someone said, what happened? Wait, I just tuned in. Nothing important. I swear to God. I literally just be ranting about TV. I really, really do. Someone said, hi, I just joined. Hey, you are almost here. I mean, that's not what I meant. You are just in time because in about 2 minutes, we're about to start ranting about Netflix stand-up getting worse than ever, which sounds like I'm just doing the commentary thing of saying everything is getting worse than ever, but quite literally, this has reached a low that I did not think was possible. I didn't think this could happen. I can't believe y'all remember that one meme? I can't believe you've done this. Like his roommate like throws something at him, and then like instead of reacting with any sort of like, I don't know, ire, he just very calmly is just like, I can't believe you've done this. That's how I feel about what Netflix is doing right now. That could be the meme of the day. Let's find it. I can't believe you've done this. Oh my gosh, I swear to God, this video is actually good. Hold on, wait. Let's crank that volume up. You already know this is gonna be low. Okay, hold on. Probably 300 is fine. Oh wait, it's not coming out the right hold on, chat. I gotta fix my audio because it is coming out of the wrong place. It should be Elgato. Okay, there we go. Take 2.
So basically, what I was thinking of was, oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this. Oh fuck.
That's where I'm at. With Netflix. Oh, wait. Did my audio cut out while I was trying to show you this? I see in chat people are saying the audio is dead. What? The audio being dead literally when I'm trying to play audio for you is making me mad. But here, refresh the page if you can't hear. I don't think I can fix it because my microphone is working. Everything is on. Just refresh the page if you can't hear. It's not your fault. It's YouTube's fault. I don't really know why the audio just randomly disconnects, but you've got this. I swear to God. I swear to God. Someone said, why did they do it? I don't know. It might have been staged. But regardless, it was pretty funny. Someone said, I refreshed and it's better. Okay, good. My partner and I say that anytime the other won't get a snack. I can't believe you've done this. Someone said, wait, this just reminded me of the Vine where the little girl's playing with dolls or something. And she goes, give me your effing money. Wait, you know what one of my favorite Vines is? Let me find it because this one is literally me. Let's see. Crying. Okay, hold on. I don't want to spoil it. Oh, wait. I'm not going to be able to find... Oh, I found it. Oh, this isn't even a Vine, I guess. This is just an old video. But I swear to God, this is so funny. This is one of my favorite videos. I have no idea how old this is. Like, this Reddit post is from 3 years ago, but this joint has been flying around the internet forever.
¿En serio, Gigi?
Literally me. Literally my performative self. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I shouldn't say that's me because that's emotional manipulation. But I did that a lot as a child, yes. Someone said TikTokers be like, okay, yes, I think like this is understandable behavior if you're a child. Maybe it's something that you should grow out of, hopefully, quickly. But I won't lie, sometimes I still feel that way. I really, really do. Someone said an actress. Dude, it was giving Oscar worthy. Also, chat, I gotta be really careful not to put these headphones on and rip them off of my head the way I usually do, or I feel like something very bad is going to happen. Because I've done it. I did it. After talking about it and thinking about it for so long, yesterday I started my lobe stretching journey, which is very scary. I currently have in, you can't tell, but I currently have in 14 gauge plugs. They're not earrings. They're roughly twice as thick as a normal earring bar. But I fear that if I'm not careful with my headphones, whereas the stretch itself was fine, I'm going to wind up doing something very painful. So I'm going to try to be very calm and chill. But yes, over the next few months, actually years, if I'm being honest, you will probably just notice larger and larger jewelry. Nothing will change for weeks at a time, though, or months, because it's a very boring process. But someone said congrats. Thank you. I'm very excited. There's technically a hole in my ear. I mean, there always has been, but yay. No mishaps. I'm not going to mess this up on stream, I swear. Someone said, how do you feel? Nothing, I guess. Like, if I think about it, I can feel them there, but that's it. It doesn't hurt or anything. Someone said, I can't believe you've done this. I did it. I done the damn thing. Okay, anyways, on that note, we're gonna start recording. Everybody say hi to YouTube. Remember, it's Pride Month, so you could put as many rainbow emojis or appropriately queer or LGBT emojis in your hi as you want, but you're on TV now. I mean, you can also do that if it's not Pride Month. We're not going to ban you. Like, say hi while I drink some water. Excuse me. All right, we got the highs rolling in. The time is now. The time is now. I'm here to hate. I'm just here to be a hater. If you clicked into this video for nuance, for good takes, find another one in the sidebar. I do better on other days, but today I'm just mad. Netflix comedy has quite literally reached a new low, and I know that sounds like every commentary video title ever, but I will make a promise with you right now. The footage I'm going to show you is going to be worse than you're thinking. This is from Tony Hinchcliffe. I don't know why I put his name in quotes like it's not real. Tony Hinchcliffe's new stand-up comedy special, Man of the People, has to be one of the worst things that Netflix has ever put their worthless name on, and I could not suffer alone. So I'm just here to influence you all to be miserable temporarily. Sorry. All right, that's it. No more highs. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. That felt like a particularly colorful hello, which makes me happy. That's what I want. You got to scare off everybody early. Actually, when Tony Hinchcliffe's annoying followers inevitably find this video, like, hopefully they see all the rainbow emojis in the beginning and then get scared off, so I don't even have to deal with them. I swear to God, when I make content, I never actually really think about it from the perspective of like haters watching this because it's not for them. But it is undeniable probably that some of his weird whack defenders would show up here, but who really cares? Anyways, let's move on, bro. Let's move on. Someone said title is already cringe. I'm betting on one blue hair barista joke. Dog. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna put this in video. One commenter said the title's already cringe. I'm betting on one blue hair barista joke. It literally is even less evolved than that. I'm talking middle school level humor on a global stage. Just you wait. Oh, also he's super racist and I don't want to downplay that just because he's also unfunny. So this is Tony Hinchcliffe, the person in question. Questions such as, why are you famous if you're not actually funny? Why is the bar so low for some people and not others? Questions I don't want to think too deeply about, or I'm just going to start getting even more mad. And like, as I was looking into him, I knew from jump this was going to be a bad experience, because if on your Wikipedia page it says Hinchcliffe has a reputation for, quote, dark humor, which combined with his insult-based roast comedy has led to several controversies, it always be the dark humor bros who have to be the least creative, least talented, least original people on the face of this planet. And yes, of course, the least funny as well. So I knew from jump what I was getting into, and I still had the audacity to be surprised. Also, quick act surprised that he also does podcasts, because of course he does. His stand-up comedy podcast, Kill Tony, I guess apparently recently had Jelly Roll and Theo Von on there, which should probably tell you everything you need to know, but if not, let's get into it. Someone said when edge is all you have, you're cooked. I agree. This seems like a great time to tell you my stance on quote-unquote dark humor. Truthfully, there's nothing wrong with it, actually, objectively. It's just the thing that all of these racists and homophobes and transphobes and xenophobes, etc. are doing isn't even humorous. It's not comedy. You're actually just being a bigot and using comedy as a defense while not making a single joke. So I feel like everyone already knows this, and it's just half of people pretending to play stupid because they enjoy being able to see their nasty views reiterated on such a large stage. But on the off chance that you somehow think I hate laughter, well, maybe I wouldn't care so much if people were actually funny. Someone said, where's the humor though? Literally. In fact, I feel like the best example of this, of what I'm getting at, would be Hinchcliffe's first controversy, his first major controversy. So back in 2021, to contextualize this, you have to view Hinchcliffe as part of the Joe Rogan verse. Some of y'all are starting to like, I'm losing you. Don't worry, we're gonna get off of Joe Rogan in a second. Anytime Joe Rogan comes up on screen, I literally just start like evaporating. But anyways, listen. Joe Rogan influenced a bunch of his unfunny friends to come to Texas, which I have very strong feelings about as a Texan. Not born, but yes, raised ever since I was 2. I lived there for 20 years. These people literally, I sound like every Texan ever, ruined everything. Not because I'm like, oh, we hate Californians or whatever. They're just not funny. Joe Rogan's friends followed him to Texas, says this sort of 2025 retrospective. They all seem to hate it because they don't belong. But basically, all of these people thought, hey, people in Texas are racist, so we can go there and get away with anything we want. Thus, turning the Austin comedy scene into something that was like just horrendous. Reading chat. Someone said, get him. I was raised in Houston from 4 to 18. You're right. You know that. You know it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So, as part of this annoying wave, we get Hinchcliffe showing up. Look at this article. What's going on in Austin? Out-of-town transplants bring unwelcome attitudes to a thriving local comedy scene. And the attitude in this case was insane anti-Asian racism. So it says right here, this week comedian Peng Dong posted a video of podcaster Tony Hinchcliffe unleashing a racist tirade about him during a show earlier this month in Austin, Texas. Dong, who had opened for Hinchcliffe, later said he was shocked and upset by the rant and that he had to step outside during Hinchcliffe's set. And if you're wondering like what was so upsetting, literally just slurs. Like not a joke, not I'm gonna frame this. He just waited until this man walked off stage and then called him a slur against Chinese people. As he finished his set at a Big Laugh comedy show in Austin last week, Dong did a series of jokes related to Stop Asian Hate. Then he introduced the next comic, Tony Hinchcliffe, who asked the crowd to keep it going for the filthy little effing, and then we have the slur right here, who was just up here. No lie, says this article, Hinchcliffe's actual words. Like, I'm not even going to play the video, dog. This is just vile. He then goes on to call the audience race traitors for laughing at Dong's jokes, etc. Let's see. Yeah, it says right here, a full 2 minutes of haranguing against Asians and Asian Americans, including mocking Dong's set with references to it that he delivers in a caricaturish Asian accent, etc. So from jump, bro wasn't like, he was destined for something, is maybe the nicest way I can put that. And sadly, the answer should be obscurity, but in the world we live, it was obviously just becoming even more famous. Trying to pull this. And I really, really do want to highlight, like, overlooking this as everybody does when they invite him to these increasingly larger spaces. Oh, now you're at this rally. Now you're doing things for Netflix. Just the downplaying of racism against people is so cringe. Dong himself said this. We always try to overlook racism and try to keep our heads down and be successful, thinking eventually this is going to be over. But look at what this has gotten us. Asian people are still getting attacked in this country, which is unfortunate because he said this in 2021 and it's literally still true. So that part's unfortunate. Give me a second. So Hinchcliffe gets dropped after this by his agency, right? Which he obviously tries to spin into this whole cancel culture narrative, but none of this mattered when he immediately got picked up by another agency and then became more famous than ever. And to this day, this is something that he's not even like pretending to apologize about. It says actually in this Variety interview, his number one rule is never apologize. And he leaned into it even more. In October 2023, he continued to stir the pot, basically saying Dong's decision to call out the racism was actually, quote, an orchestrated attack by the Chinese media. So that's okay. Pulling this later on in the same interview, by the way. Later on in the same interview, you get the part that really just highlights how weaselly and whack all of these people are. Like, Acting like you're proud to be from Texas but completely missing the point is crazy to me. What have you learned? Asked Variety since the Peng Dong situation occurred. And he says, I just never stopped. What happened was that I was playing a joke on stage with someone who knew me and knew my style. And it was at a time in which I think being a victim was looked at as a, I don't want to say good thing, but it was something that people were utilizing to get their own names out there. So actually saying, whoa, hey, calling me a slur on stage in an attempt to get people to laugh was just because he was attention seeking, I guess. I knew that what I had done was not wrong, says Hinchcliffe. It wasn't even the worst thing I did that week. I couldn't believe it when that video came out, and it was one of my former openers doing it. It was so dumbfounding to me because it was a joke. Where was the joke? And my stance is that comedians should never apologize for a joke, should never stop working if everyone comes after them, and should never slow down. They should utilize anything that happens to them for more material. Real comedy fans see through it. They want that line. They know that line, and they love that line. That line is exactly where I love to exist. As an actual fan of things that are funny, I couldn't disagree more. I love to push that, or I push that to the limits. I did P. Diddy jokes this past weekend. I told Nickelodeon jokes, a Baltimore Bridge reference. People say, but what if someone's family was on the bridge and sees that? It's a little different island that we've created. It existed in Texas, obviously a staple of free speech. But while LA and New York have virtue signaled their way into what's right and what's wrong, we go forward here. Nah, let me tell you this right now. I can tell you from out of town. I can tell you're from out of town because frankly, you could say any of this in the wrong neighborhood in San Antonio and me and my friends would have jumped you. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's okay. And actually, I wouldn't have done that because I was scrawny, but I would have watched with glee. Like, I really, really hate people's perception of the South as a place where you can just get away with racism. Sadly, it is a place where people do this, yes, objectively, but there are so many people there who are also being affected by these things. Peng Dong was from Texas. Like, I hate this idea and the way that people treat this place. So already I was predisposed to going into this with just rancid vibes. Someone said he skipped the comedy part of comedian. Someone said world star. Yeah, that would have been me recording right before. No, sorry, just kidding. Barely. Oh my gosh. Anyways, it's rough out here being from Texas for so many reasons. All right, moving on from that. Blah, 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 blah. And so since then, it's literally been an unfortunate series of events to where I'm not going to sit here and do the thing where I list every single thing someone has done. Oh, we'd be here all day. You should just know he got racist to the point where he caught someone's eye. Do you want to know which person was like, oh, this is my new favorite comedian, basically? Donald J. Trump. Yeah, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, this was a couple years ago, under fire for Puerto Rico remarks at Trump rally, which is... and you might actually remember this. I did. I wasn't familiar with the guy's name. I was just like, who is this? Who said this thing? But he was like, there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean. I think it's called Puerto Rico, was the quote-unquote joke, which, again, is obviously heinous. This was during a rally in which he was making offensive remarks about a bunch of people, Latinos, Black Americans, and Jewish citizens. So says this article, talking about they're invading the country. Okay, yeah, let's just maybe move on, especially before we get into the Jewish jokes, bro. Bro, at a Trump rally. I mean, that's not the surprising part. I think the part that's painful is just like, this person is our president now. But you know that you're actually like reaching a peak level of nonsense when even the Trump administration tries to distance themselves from you, because that literally happened. It says right here, Trump too distanced himself from the comedian and his comments. The joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign, said Danielle Alvarez, a senior Trump campaign advisor to Fox News. I mean, the ultimate joke here is it absolutely does reflect the values of President Trump and his campaign, but dog, you're doing this wrong, clearly. Someone said that is the painful part. Yeah, no, this is bad. Someone said I just gotta laugh at this point. Yeah, it's bad when the only reason you're laughing is out of, well, sadness, really. Blah 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 blah. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull the next thing that I want to say. Sorry, sometimes I feel like I say things like blah 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 blah, and it sounds like I'm trivializing what I'm saying, but this is literally me trying to stay on topic, because when I don't stay on topic, we get hella diverted. Anyways, I remember at the time, like, Bad Bunny called this out, Jennifer Lopez, Luis Fonsi, Ricky Martin, a bunch of people, etc. And I'm glad that they said something. This is just a mess. And then I guess the last thing I will bring up before we get into the special itself is his very recent comments about George Floyd, who the literal obsession that people have with wanting to mock somebody's murder at the hands of police. It's actually starting to baffle me, I think. I genuinely don't know. I never tried to understand, but I really don't understand how people are still on this, to where just a couple weeks ago, you get the headline, George Floyd joke at brutal Kevin Hart roast sparks controversy, where he tells Kevin Hart, who I have thoughts about, I'll share in a second, the black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at all of us laughing so hard that he can't breathe. Dang, bro. You got the whole room laughing right now. Everybody just found that to be so humorous. That was amazing. Also, wait till you see how these jokes land in an actual stand-up context, because it's not good. It's not good. But this actually seems like a great opportunity to temporarily drag Kevin Hart, which it's always the right time to do that. So, dog, Kevin is not it, for reasons that, frankly, it would take too long to explain. But if you know, you absolutely know. And all I want to say was his, like, full-throated defense of this joke after the fact, and his just whining and whinging that, like, oh my gosh, there was nothing we could do to stop him from this racism, even though it was quite literally, as Kevin points out, his production. Let's see. Someone said Kevin Hart is such a sellout, among other things. I would have to agree with you. Trying to pull the right clip for this. Okay, I think this should be good.
The more is what? Like, what is it that you expect?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn it up for you all a little bit. Volume. We'll do like 250 maybe. And I will turn the captions on.
You want me to take a live production?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. You know I gotta try to fix the volume. We'll do like 300. This will be fine.
And stand up and.
All right. Someone said I can't stand Kevin Hart, bro. Let me join that club with you. Isn't it painful seeing individual people and knowing that they're bigger parts of the problem than others? That's how I feel about Kevin Hart specifically in the space that he occupies. Because, of course, he's here normalizing and excusing this racism. And what is the end result of that, by the way? Netflix renews Kevin Hart's Funny AF show amid Tony Hinchcliffe controversy. Just the absolute spinelessness of doing this in front of everybody just so you can stay cozy with the people who are paying you specifically millions as you set everybody back. Anyways, let's see. But yeah, the George Floyd joke, the inclusion of such was so tasteless, as Kevin at least admitted, that even the other comedians who were there were calling him out. Chelsea Handler called it a racist comment, obviously. And to this, Hinchcliffe was like, oh, I've got the perfect response for this. One sec, please. Blah, blah, blah. And he called her a misogynist slur. So Tony Hinchcliffe calls Chelsea Handler a after Kevin Hart roast. So, I mean, all this to say, there are maybe some people that it's okay to judge them before giving them a shot. Because I feel like I went into the stand-up special just ready to tear it to shreds. And in this specific case, I feel very justified in doing so. Somebody said, is this sexist? Yeah. How did you know that he responded to this woman who called him out with sexism? That's crazy, commenter. Why would you assume that? I also, before I do that, I want to include this statement from the George Floyd Foundation, though, just because I do feel like I hate the idea of things like this just being little points in a picture of how I don't like this one person. They are literally always bigger issues. Travis Kane's a spokesperson for the Gianna and George Floyd Foundation, told TMZ that Hart condoning Hinchcliffe's joke is, quote, sad for the culture. They accused Mr. Hart of allegedly giving him the green light to include the bit and said he should have told the comedian to steer clear of the topic. Floyd's daughter, is now 12 years old, was only 6 when her father died. The foundation says she's been bullied in school, with the relentless public mockery of her father's death making things worse. They also raised questions about why he, who they called a racist comedian, was invited back for another Netflix roast. Like, making the world worse on purpose because you're getting, I guess, paid millions to do it is just painful. Someone said, how can it not be exhausting hating everyone so much? That's a good question. And my answer is because they just don't care. I think it would exhaust you to hate everyone a lot. I feel like it would exhaust me to go through the world just hating everybody, because that seems like it would take a lot of effort. That seems like it would take a lot of energy. But I think some people can just do this pretty thoughtlessly, which is baffling. Someone said, that little girl. Yeah, no, I mean, these things happen to real people and then continue to affect people after the fact, and reducing it into these disrespectful jokes is just so indicative of a lack of empathy. It's wild. Reading chat. Someone said because now they're being rewarded for it. They absolutely are. But anyways, as the AV Club pointed out, I actually appreciate this editorialization. Netflix rewards Tony Hinchcliffe's Kevin Hart roast with an hour of his own. The performer teased some more tired material about race in the first clip from his new special, Man of the People, which, by the way, dog,
We've made
you know it's bad when even... Hold on, I gotta fix the volume before I start ranting. You know it's bad when even the literal teaser, they could not find a funny clip. The only thing they have to go off of is like, hey, look how offensive this guy is. Come get offended right here on Netflix.
we've made fun of black.
Oh, he's so quiet. I like it this way, but I have to fix the volume. We'll try like, I don't know, 500 or something like that.
Latinos.
Okay, that's better. Also, I realize for many of you, this will be your first time hearing his voice, and I am actually sorry. I will make an apology video later for being the one to introduce you.
We've made fun of blacks, Latinos, the whites, the Indians, Asians, thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you are right now, and I bought a ticket to a Tony Hinchcliffe show, I'd probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those Jew jokes?
I swear to God, because I watched this whole thing. Why? Don't ask. Every single time the audience actually reacts to something, it's not because it's funny, it's because he said something that was offensive. Even though I'm not saying like joking about wanting to make anti-Semitic jokes isn't offensive, just that it's not even particularly original. He's just like, hey, we can also be this thing. And then everybody claps or laughs or whatever sound that was. That didn't really sound like they were amused. And I think it's bad when even when you are somebody who has cultivated this fan base on Netflix's page, everybody is making fun of this. Someone said Netflix only published this as a hit piece. Just about every camera angle, there are countless people yawning in the audience. I knew Austin Comedy had a rep for being hack, but I didn't realize it was this bad. He's the reason. He is literally the reason. People are supposed to laugh if it's comedy. The jokes were as funny as they were up to date. This is so bad, dude. This is genuinely so bad. Someone said, seriously, not one joke. But all this to say, I thought my I'm sorry. I'm thinking about how bad the special was and I'm going to a dark place. What I thought was going to happen was like my previous comedy special reviews. Ellen DeGeneres, terrible. Joe Rogan, awful. I was just going to go through and like clip a few jokes and show you guys like, hey, this joke is bad and it's indicative of a few problems that happen throughout the show routinely, which is why I'm rating this a 0 out of 0. I never had expectations for it in the first place. But he doesn't even have prepared material for the entire hour that he is on stage. I swear to God, he literally goes up there, performs, I don't know if it's like maybe 10 or 15 minutes of material, but that seems kind of high, and just spends the rest of it trying to riff off of people in the audience and failing over and over and over. So it got to the point where, yes, I have pulled my own clips here, but they're not even jokes. They're just demonstrations of how bad at stand-up comedy this guy is. So let's go ahead and start. All right, chat. Hold on. We got to do some technical difficulty stuff because I got to make sure that you all can hear. Otherwise, it's going to be stupid. Okay. Let's see. So if I make this bigger like that. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. I want to like go full screen with this joint right here. Okay, whatever. That's probably as close as we're going to get. Okay, so you all can see the special now, and I can see the individual clips, which is good. That's good. The next thing I want to do is make it so that you all can hear, because I feel like it's going to be really quiet.
If any guy in this room thinks I'm gay.
Okay, yeah, it is a little bit quiet. So what I'm going to do, I guess, is boost the volume somewhat. I couldn't really do this beforehand, or I guess I could technically do this beforehand, but I didn't really know how loud it needed to be in conjunction with all of the other things. So I'm going to go to Window, Effects, and I'm going to just grab myself a limiter probably. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be boring. I'm not. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to try boosting the volume maybe by like 10 decibels, I hope. Won't be too loud. Let's see. Going to the window for effect controls. If you're watching this and you're like a tech head and you're wondering what exactly I'm doing, you're viewing a window in Adobe Premiere Pro, during which I have cut this entire special down to size. And I'm currently just trying to adjust the volume so that sounds a little bit better. All right, so I'm going to say plus 10. Now, if this is loud and it like blows your ears out, I'm sorry. Hold on, let's see.
If any guy in this room thinks I'm gay, guess what? You're gay.
I don't think that made a difference. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Stay with me. We're going to get there. I swear to God. That didn't sound like it got louder literally at all. Hold on. Limiter. Oh, I turned it down. I turned it down. I pressed play and I was like, it feels like it got 10 decibels quieter because I put -10, which is what's called below zero, meaning the volume went down and not up because I'm stupid. All right, we're going to try this again. I swear to God that I don't know what I'm swearing or which God I'm swearing to, but it's true. Okay, take two. I'm trying to put this in their input boost, but I just turned down the maximum amplitude because God only knows. All right.
This room thinks I'm gay. Guess
Hey, okay, hold on. That's better. That's better somewhat.
guess what?
We're getting into the yellow now, but I want it to get into the mid yellows. Let me just try boosting it one more time. We're going to try 15 right now. And then I can just apply this effect to all of the other clips immediately. So you don't have to worry about this happening.
You're gay. If any guy in this room thinks I'm gay,
Okay, great. I'm also just sorry you have to hear him say, if any guy in this room thinks I'm gay like 20 times while I fix this. This is hell. But you know what though? As painful as this is for you, this is how it felt watching the special. You are literally watching a man fail for an extended period of time when he should have already had his stuff together because he's live. So actually, you're welcome. I don't even need to catch a copyright claim. You're getting the Tony Hinchcliffe experience right now in this live stream. Let's see. All right, I think this should be better. Hopefully.
if any guy in this room
All right, that's perfect. I know it still might be a little quiet, but I think that you can all understand him at least, which is all I'm going for, is just understanding. Let me pull my outline back up just to make sure I know which clips I'm actually like playing and why. Okay, I've got this over here, and I'm gonna make this a little smaller. Hopefully. Okay, we so close, chat. We've never been closer, for real, for real. Okay, I think we're good. Man, who knew it was so easy to like illegally distribute pirated content? Just kidding. That's not what we're doing. We're not doing that. Someone said closed captions. I can't put closed captions on, and I am sorry, but if you watch the video tomorrow, they should be there. All right, here we go. So I'm going to open with one of his, I'm going to get rid of this right here. One of his earliest jokes, just to show you the caliber of comedic content that we're dealing with here.
If any guy in this room thinks I'm gay, guess what? You're gay. Yeah. How about that? Yeah.
It's not gonna get much better than this, but to the person who was like, oh, I bet he's gonna make a blue-haired barista joke, it's actually just more like middle school, hey, gay people are gay level humor. I kid you not. It does not get much more deep than this throughout the entire show. Someone said that's it, that's the joke. This is literally the offensive thing that we are all supposed to be, I guess, shocked by. Okay, so, and I guess realizing that he's not really getting the response he's looking for because of these insanely mid reaction, he's like, you know what, we'll spice this up a little bit. A slur. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I forgot to turn all the other clips up. It doesn't work if you can't hear him saying a slur. Okay, I'm going to copy the attributes from this one clip, including the limiter. I'm going to paste them onto all of these other clips. Sorry, this is literally so boring. Okay, I fixed it. Great. It wouldn't just hit the same if you couldn't hear him say it.
You.
Okay, yeah, there we go. My computer's literally trying to save you. It doesn't want you to hear this.
You fat. Yeah. What are you?
This should also tell you a lot about this man's audience who pays to show up to a comedy special and then just claps when he does the slur. Oh my gosh, guys, he did the slur. Woo! Like, It takes so many other people beyond Tony Hinchcliffe to enable the existence of one like Tony Hinchcliffe. I find it borderline demoralizing. Anyways, after this is sort of like the gay jokes are not hitting the point where he starts getting into the crowd work. Dog, it's so painful. It's so painful.
What do you do for work? What strip club do you work at exactly? You are unbelievable. Seriously. Where do you really work? Black men.
I was thinking I was just going to cringe because, well, the obvious. I didn't think I was going to watch a man on stage talking about, oh my God, you're unbelievable. Dude, I died. I actually died. The D'Angelo that is delivering this video to you right now is not the same person who had to watch this the first time. That person died of cringe. It was so embarrassing. Singling out somebody in the audience like this, it gave me such secondhand embarrassment. Someone said, why are people not just walking out? Dog, because I think it's funny, question mark? Anyways. So obviously, if you do show up to a Tony Hinchcliffe special, you're there for the racism. So let's go ahead and get into his core joke about black people.
Black men do not love eating eggs. They love eating chicken. You'd think they'd fucking love eating eggs. Even in the chicken world, they don't want to be around their children.
I get it. Okay. I literally had to think about that one after because I was like, it feels like a non sequitur. Like, I think I almost do feel a tendency to laugh, not because it's funny, just like, it's like when a kid is like, hey, look, and then you look and they just do the dumbest thing ever that wasn't remotely impressive. And you're just like, oh yeah, that was great. Little Johnny, keep it up, buddy. What are we doing here? Black men don't eat chicken because they are absent fathers. No, sorry. Black men don't eat eggs because they are absent fathers is the level of... Are you starting to see why I'm struggling? I'm struggling. Someone said the joke almost doesn't work. It literally, like, not to be that person, like, trying to pick apart a joke on a semantic level, but it's almost objectively not funny, and I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Moving on. So after getting a mixed response to the egg thing, he tries to force it multiple times from different angles involving different black audience members. And this next part I have actually never seen in the comedy special. He starts, someone said not only is the joke not funny, it doesn't even come from any truth. Literally, like, there's nothing about black dudes and not eating eggs that I've ever seen or that I know of. He starts telling a joke, another egg joke, and then realizes halfway through that it's not funny, cracks himself up, and gives up. I pressed the wrong button.
Eggs. I'm just gonna skip over that one. Even I found what I was about to say to be too obnoxious. People.
You didn't like practice this. This is insane. You didn't like test this material. You was not up in them comedy clubs in front of a brick wall gauging audience reaction before doing any of this. You just built a comedy podcast where everybody is constantly being a yes person and telling you that you're funny, even though probably you haven't demonstrated any talent in the last few years. And then you somehow thought that was going to carry you on the Netflix stage. This is painful, man. This is painful. Someone said the crowd, because comedians just can't resist. Consider me a little surprised that instead of an anti-trans joke, we actually got whatever this is.
People have called me a racist and a this and a that. Meanwhile, nobody in my industry helps more people of color, Latinos, or trans people.
So actually, no, it's not blue hair, they, them, barista, or whatever. It's I care about trans people and people of color and everybody he just tried to label under as an excuse for being called racist. Let's not think about that. I literally don't know what he was referring to. I guess that's sort of his point, is that anything good he does doesn't get reported on to the same frequency of him making, you know, derogatory jokes about every marginalized group under the sun. But yeah, I was actually surprised because I was like, what is bro talking about? Wait, oh, the audio is out again? Bro, refresh the page. Hold on. I'll bring the thing back. Refresh the page if you can't hear. Somebody said, D'Angelo, you don't have to hit the play button anymore. We're okay. Don't worry, I only have 4 more clips, I swear to God. I wouldn't do this to you indefinitely. Refresh the page. Yeah. If you can't hear. I don't know why YouTube does this sometimes. I'm not even gonna go back though, because I promise you missed literally nothing. Nothing at all. Someone said YouTube, get it together. I literally agree, like, dog. YouTube is trying to save you, though. Nobody wants to hear this, not even the audience. Sorry, forgive me, I'm trying to, like, fix... my chair. I ran over my headphone cable. Oh my gosh. Someone said the crowd goes mild. It's literally so bad. Someone said 3 ads when I refreshed. Okay. Actually, let's talk about that for a second. Sorry that you got 3 ads when you refreshed. That's wild. Hopefully you were able to skip them or whatever. That's the only annoying streaming thing that I do. I feel like that's a happy medium. I have the ability to, I don't even know why I'm defending myself. No one has ever criticized me for this. I have the ability to run ads at any point. I could run one right now, which if any of you don't have ad block would boot a significant portion of you into an ad screen. But I just find that to be really annoying. And so I feel like I don't really like ads during live streams, so I don't run them. But I am not above an ad that plays when you immediately join a stream, including refreshing page. Nah, I'm finna run that. I'm finna collect a little bit of a check. So if you've ever come to my stream and you're like, an ad is playing, or you refresh, yeah, I know. I turned that on. I wanted money. I wanted some money. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, anyways. Someone said, get your 10 cents, king. Y'all know I had to collect the pennies, truthfully. Look, I don't got donations on. All right, anyways, what was happening? Oh, yeah, not transphobia, but actually him claiming to be some sort of trans ally, which I guess you can cross that off of your bingo card. I'm sure you all had that there. Anyway, the next one that I have, and I swear to God, I only have a few more clips to illustrate my problems in this, is he tries more crowd work on this one person by trying to make a joke about how she can't drive because she's Asian, but then discovers actually that she's a great driver, has never been in an accident, etc. And oh man.
You just fucked up my joke, Talk Talk. That's the first time that's ever happened where I found an Asian woman that hasn't gotten into a car accident before.
Just the idea of a stand-up comic being like, you messed up my joke to the audience member because he wasn't funny enough to talk his way out of it. You don't have no talent. He literally says after that, he's like, I've tried this joke like 40 times and it always works. Obviously trying to still push his point that he believes Asian people can't drive. But like, literally, I can't believe this actually aired with his name on it and he was okay with that. Someone said he's doing every single stereotype and hoping it will work. None of them are working anymore. It's wild. It's painful. I don't know how to explain this without sounding overly dramatic, but this feels like the death of something. I don't know what, and it's probably just my brain cells if I'm being honest, but Lord, man. Someone said this is just sad. And do you remember earlier in the video when I said, I promise you there will be things in here that are somehow more disappointing than you expected? This is kind of what I'm talking about. He's actually bombing. All right. So it gets to the point where the audience literally stops laughing. They just start going like, oh, they're literally making cringe sounds at some of his jokes, and he's like,
When you make that noise, it makes me want to go deeper into that type of subject material.
again, something I've never seen somebody do with a stand-up special. Be like, oh, you hate the jokes? Well, I'm gonna get even more unfunny. That'll show you. But what do we expect from a man who's like, you're calling me gay? Well, you're gay. Like, it's all stemming from the same level of consciousness. That is to say, none. But Lord. Someone said the crowd ended him. His own crowd of apologists was just not putting up with this anymore. So basically, towards the end of the special, because yes, thank God this is ending, he's literally just met with silence. Like, he tries to tell this joke about Palestinian people throwing rocks and Jewish people throwing paper, the lack thereof. And listen to this crowd response, bro.
Palestine's gonna throw rock every time. But you also know the Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's a tricky subject. God.
I feel like you could feel the spaces in which he was waiting for longer applause, and they didn't come, so it was just silent. And when I tell you, that made for one of the most painful, like, cringe, secondhand embarrassment inducing experiences I've had watching a Netflix stand-up special, I mean it. Here's the part that's really going to shock you. You're not going to believe me when I say this. You have only seen 98 seconds of footage from this. Not counting the clip I played in the Netflix trailer, I mean of the clips I've actually just pulled from this, you have only seen a cumulative 98 seconds of Tony Hinchcliffe material. Because I bore the brunt of that cringe for you. I was a shock absorber. I didn't want you to have to experience much more than that. It doesn't take much more than that to explain what is wrong with this stand-up special. But yeah, I just want you to imagine how I felt over the course of nearly an hour.
God bless this audience, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Tony Hinchcliffe, folks, that, my God. I feel like low-key, I'm like underselling how bad this stand-up special was. It was truthfully one of the comedies of all time. Someone said the secondhand embarrassment is already too much. Don't worry, I closed that tab. He's not here anymore. He can't cringe you out. Oh my God. Dog, that was so bad. Reading chat. Someone says, I heard his best joke was a joke he took from another comedian. There is another layer of Hinchcliffe analysis you can do where people have actually said, yo, he's low-key also stealing jokes from other people. I'm not even willing to go there. I just want to minimize me ever having to hear that voice again. Someone said, I've been in a louder classroom than that. Literally, the audience response was so bad. I guess my expectations going into this were that it was obviously going to not be funny, but because he surrounded himself with people who enjoy this sort of humor style, he was still going to be getting applause. And then I was going to feel like I was in the Twilight Zone. But, dog, nobody was rocking with this anymore. Like, I want to pull some of these reviews. Like, you can quite literally see, just from audience members watching this, people who actually like him are like, this wasn't remotely funny. I mean, this one person just says he's funny if you're 12, and that's about it. Reading comments. It says, 4 out of 10, and I'm a fan. Not great. I enjoy his comedy, says this other person, and I liked his roast. It's my first time watching his stand-up. It's so boring. I'm surprised. It's almost as if he does not have jokes. It wasn't just me who was like, this man did not come here with material. He's literally just riffing. Do other people write his jokes for the roasts? blah, 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 blah. It was bad. I like Tony and this is horrible. I can't believe he let Netflix air this. If you think I'm gay, you're gay. Then proceeds to judge a dude as being gay immediately after. I think I like this one most. This special is so bad the audience seems like paid actors. I can't stop watching their weird behaviors. This person just thinks it's unwatchable. You have failed to engage even the, sorry, Tony Hinchcliffe fans, racist apologists with this one, buddy. I don't think it's possible to fail any harder than this. Someone said I audibly gasped when you said 90 seconds. If there's anything impressive he did, it's just the time manipulation of making it feel like this was actually hours or days or weeks of my life spent in purgatory. Trying to pull this right here. I also see a lot of people saying, give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I found it. It doesn't get any better, on Rotten Tomatoes. He should stop doing comedy now. It attempts to be shocking. It's just plain weird. You definitely will not laugh. This is true. I didn't. If you want to watch someone get up on stage and stuff their own farts for an hour in front of an audience that's equal parts bored and uncomfortable, this is the special for you. If you're looking for comedy, maybe look elsewhere. But here's the thing that really got me. I've seen multiple people say this might be the worst special by the least likable comedian of all time. I agree. I've watched some absolute stinkers. As I've said, Ellen DeGeneres, pretty bad. Joe Rogan, it wasn't funny at all, actually. And yet, I do genuinely believe, just based off of the way the audience was reacting, me reacting, aka sinking into the bad place, I literally think this is the worst stand-up special of all time. I don't know how you can be less funny than this and less successful. It's just wild, dude. It's wild. Someone said the highest rating on screen right now is 1 star. I know it's literally half, 1, half. Bro. Anyways, critically, like not just from audience members, he's not really doing so hot either. Trying to pull some of these. 1 sec. Okay, here we go. Someone said, Denzel, have you seen Ned Fulmer's stand-up? To be fair, I guess I haven't. Maybe there's levels to this. Vulture just said, oof, what a mess, as the literal headline. And I'm not gonna lie, this is what made me watch the stand-up special. When I saw, it wasn't like Tony Hinchcliffe, Man of the People's stand-up review. They were just like, oof. I thought to myself, it can't be that bad. I was literally like, I don't like this racist either, but this has to be on some level, maybe somewhat performative. Nah, bro, it was that bad. The special is not good or bad on the merits of its subject matter. Man of the People is bad because it's an unfocused, illogical mess. So says this person, which I would have to agree with. And then I'll leave you with this review that I really liked. Hold on. Tony Hinchcliffe, Man of the People Netflix review. Does this qualify as comedy now? Tony Hinchcliffe, Man of the People barely qualifies as a stand-up comedy special. Technically, sure, it is a stand-up comedy special because there is a guy standing on that stage. He is trying to make people laugh, and it's being presented to us in the form of a Netflix special. But the man in question is so spineless, the jokes are so unfunny, it's hard to see what makes this event so special. I almost want to say it's not stand-up. That's not what he was doing. I know that sounds like I don't know how to explain it. And like that one person said, it's almost like he doesn't have any jokes. It was just truly, truly bizarre. Also, this is really funny right here. This person, I believe this is an Indian writer, goes on to say, it actually reminded me of the joke in the cricketing world, especially the one Indians keep cracking about the English, how cricket was essentially invented in the UK, but they're so bad at it that the English have won the ODI World Cup only once, and because of a technicality. I think something of that sort's going on with stand-up comedy, which basically originated from the USA and gave us amazing artists like Bernie Mac, Robin Williams, Eddie Murphy, Steve Martin, etc. Although most of them are gone now or have moved on from doing stand-up, you can watch their performances and laugh until your sides hurt. And then you switch to whatever Tony Hinchcliffe is doing and wonder what the hell went wrong. It does very much feel that way. But yeah, Kevin Hart sitting through racist jokes and going on podcasts to normalize them so Netflix continues to pay him millions of dollars. The president of the United States latching on to somebody who was calling Chinese people slurs on stage and then letting them be so racist after the fact you have to weasel your way out of it. Even an audience of people who are paying to enable this not being able to stomach the level of quote unquote comedy that's happening in front of them. Dog, this is one of the most pathetic things I've ever talked about, and that's pretty much all I've got. Someone said it's not stand-up comedy, it's just stand-up. Bro, it's just standing. That was the only thing. Do y'all have anything else? Do y'all have anything else that you would like to add before I record an outro? We're not ending the stream just yet, because I want to talk about other things, but like, someone said delete your Netflix. If ever there was a time. Someone said sometimes in comedy you need to learn how to pivot. Instead, he chose to dig himself deeper in the unfunny hole. Literally everything lasted for so long, which was the worst part about that special for sure. Reading chat. Someone said Netflix lost credibility a long time ago. I mean, they've been bad. Yes, I strongly agree. Someone said all I have to say is yikes. I would have to agree. Someone in chat said, yeah, but women aren't funny. Yeah, this person's joking. They're not saying women are funny. They put it in quotes. It is literally crazy, though, that dudes will genuinely label women in general as like, oh, they're just not funny, while simultaneously laughing at, no, you're gay. And black men don't eat eggs because they're absent fathers. There's a lot of angles that you could approach this from. I kept it surface level because I didn't want to be here for longer than I had to, but reading chat. Someone said comedy requires social awareness and you need to be smart. He just, wow, neither of those. Yeah, he literally could not even read the audience like feedback. That's the weirdest part. I feel like even me on this live stream, even though I can't see or hear any of you, it is literally still an exercise and I'm having to constantly monitor the way people are reacting to what I'm saying. If I am seeing like people are like misunderstanding me, or maybe I just am saying something that's not good or whatever, that gives me a chance to like pivot a little bit and be like, oh, let me reword this so it comes across better or whatever. Now in comedy, I don't think you should be constantly rewording yourself. I'm not doing stand-up, but like, am I crazy for feeling like I have more crowd awareness than this dude did, at least on that stage? I feel like me right now for the past 58 minutes, which is just slightly longer than his comedy special, managing to be, I don't know, somewhat entertaining, I hope, felt like more of a feat than anything he was actually doing. And I'm not particularly funny. It's so bad. I almost feel like you could have pulled some random person and they might have had a higher success rate. Someone said I laughed harder at you retelling the jokes deadpan than him saying them. I don't know, he's not funny. He's literally not, dog. He literally is not. And someone said it's crazy how fast some grown adults are to defend racist sentiments. Well, sadly, you profit from doing so, as you see with Kevin Hart. So I see why they're doing it, but I agree, it's completely sad. Someone said you have to do a stand-up routine now. Well, never forget, I do have, wait. Okay, there we go. I do have my stand-up background. I haven't unleashed it on you yet as a full set, and I never will. But I did download a brick wall just in case the devil possesses me. And I'm like, I'm going to subject you all to stand-up. It won't be funny, though, because there would be no audience. Like, you are all here and you are an audience. You're real people, but we can't hear or see your reaction. So stand-up with silence is very painful, as you see. Someone said, do you stream every day? It sounds like this person needs to hear my outro. All right, I'm going to do this outro. Everybody say bye, and I'm going to record this outro. Don't leave, because I'm not ending the stream. But you'll hear it right now all the times I stream. Anyway, that's about all I have to say about Tony Hinchcliffe. Hopefully you never have to think about him or this whatever that was ever again. I know I will certainly try not to, but yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't, in which case I've probably just, I don't know, died from cringe. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next video or the next stream, and if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye! There you go. I hope that answers your question. 3 times a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Usually, I've been pretty good. I know for sure I've had like a couple weeks where I wasn't streaming, but like I feel also that I've been hella consistent, which I'm quite proud of. I've been very motivated. I don't know why. I think like, even though a lot of times, don't mind me, I'm just trying to name this file so I don't immediately lose it. Tony Hinchcliffe. Even though a lot of times we're talking about like things that are super cringe or whatever, I've enjoyed. I feel like it's leading to good content. And it's nice to talk about these things. It makes me feel less like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. It really, really does. Oh my God. Someone said that was beyond your control. To be fair, yes, the water damage was beyond my control. But yeah, no, dog. I can't commit to anything because I'm not mentally stable enough to do that. But I have no desire to slow down. I'm not feeling burned out. Almost every day I'm feeling excited. There's maybe been a couple times where I have hopped on stream and I just wasn't in the mood, but I'll say it. That's the thing about me. I've done it before. I've turned on the stream and I've been like, I'm having a horrible day. And that's what I'm going to talk about. And then we just do that instead. But no, for the most part, dog, like, I don't know, like my life is literally so boring right now. And I just never realized how important that was for someone like me. I literally just wake up and do the same thing every week. And I think it might sound depressing to some people, but like, I have only ever craved stability. So for me, this quite literally is my idea of heaven. Every single week, I'm going to shave my head a few times. I like to keep it shiny. I'm going to put together some stupid commentary videos, or maybe sometimes I even have points. I'm going to go live. I'm going to try to run. I'm going to try to go outside, even though it's been real hot because it's been hot outside. So I've been on the treadmill a lot. I am going to try to do some fun things for myself offline that have nothing to do with the internet. I'm going to try to talk to all of my friends. I'm going to call my mom. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess I had no idea that you could actually live your life this way, where it's not falling apart all the time. So yeah, I feel like that's why you've gotten so much content out of me, because like I keep waiting for everything to fall apart, but it's not happening and I'm happy. So stability. Yay. Why did it take 27 years? And by the way, it's still not perfect. I do want to make that really clear. But wow, it's so much closer to perfect than it was to wherever I was before. I'm very happy. Reading chat. Someone said, I need that consistency, but with a desire to be more physically active and outside. I won't lie. You do, or I do, gotta practice doing things when I have no desire. I'll give you an example of that. My skincare routine. First of all, now hold on. There ain't no filters on. I feel like my skin has been looking particularly clear. Now, I'm probably jinxing myself. Even as I'm saying this, I can feel the acne forming. But like my skincare routine is an example of something where I have literally practiced doing this while I hated it. I was like, okay, the last thing I want to do right now is go wash my face and apply the retinol and moisturize or whatever. And I'm like, I'm going to go do this right now when I hate the idea of it the most. And then I hate every moment of it. I'm literally walking towards the bathroom, just like cursing. Like, I hate this. What am I even doing? What's the point? I'm rubbing in the retinol serum, just mad as hell. Like, why? And then when I'm done, I'm just like, you know what? It wasn't that bad. Then I go sleep. Retinol for me is the thing I do before I go to bed. And so some days it has been like that. Some days I've been like, oh, I would like to run, even though I don't want to. So I go put on my shoes mad as hell. I'm just like, no. But the thing is, you can trick yourself though. I often lie. See, when it comes time to do my skincare routine at night, someone said, y'all, there's a filter. Chad, there's literally not a filter. I mean, like, YouTube will process, I guess, like my footage against my will. So it's being transmitted in a lower bit rate or whatever. So I'm being compressed, which maybe makes me look a little smoother. But like, I swear to God, bro, filters, they don't operate that quickly. My skin is just clear as hell. Listen, I grinded for that skin. I grinded too hard to get labeled filter. I swear to God. But anyways, what I was saying was like, I will literally. Someone said there's a filter. I don't know what to tell you, doggy. I feel like low key also the filter would like screw up all of everything, like my tats. Plus, I wear glasses and I have a bunch of piercings, so like I don't think a filter would even work on me. Maybe I'll try one someday just to see what it's like. No, probably not. Someone's a filter nowhere to be seen. Just mogging. Dog, I'm just mogging. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But what I was getting at was like, I will literally lie to myself and be like, okay, I'm not going to do my skincare routine tonight. I'm just going to wash my face. So then I go in there and I wash my face. And then I'm like, okay, you know, I'm already here. I guess I'll apply the retinol. And then I apply the retinol, and then it's like, oh, well, I'm already here. I guess I should moisturize because you can't just put that on your face without moisturizing after. So I do that, or I take care of whatever little problem spots I've got. Let's go ahead and apply the hydrocolloid patches. Let's go ahead and apply the benzoyl peroxide since I'm already here. I do that with running a lot too, where I'm like, someone said, I think they're confused by the difference between a filter and a green screen. Oh, okay. If you are making a point that my background isn't real, yes, that is true, but that's a different thing. Here, wait, I can show you that. I mean, like, that's a filter. Surprise. Yeah, no, that I don't pretend is real. I paid good money for that background back there. Ain't no AI image generation to be found here. But yeah, no, that part's not real, but I'm very much real. I guess I could deliver. Here, look, I have that on, and then I have that. I really don't like the way my footage looks without that LUT, and then I have this color correction on, which that one's pretty subtle, but that one helps a lot. But this right here, this is literally just iPhone footage. This is it. Like, if I look behind me, this is what I see in real life. It's streaming to you live from an iPhone 12 Pro Max, and then I just correct the color a little bit. I apply this grade that makes it look a little warmer, and then I key out the background into this pink space, which is not easy to do while you're live, by the way, which is why I stream from 2 different computers, because this takes a little bit of resources. So I do all of my other stuff offline, or not offline, but on another machine. Someone said somehow I see betrayed by seeing the behind the scenes. Don't worry, I don't show it often. I swear to God. So we got a green screen D'Angelo before GTA 6, literally. Someone said, I'm still so shocked we're on an iPhone, like that's tea. Dog, I don't want to glaze Apple, but low-key the camera quality is so good. This is literally an iPhone 12, and I look like I'm streaming from an expensive camera. It's pretty, well, it was kind of expensive, I'm not gonna lie. Someone said, how is your battery alive? My iPhone is plugged directly into my Mac Studio, and it draws all of its power from there. So it's not going off of its own battery per se. Someone said, thank you. You got me to wash my face and apply retinoid. Wait, that makes me happy. I'm glad. I'm very glad. You got to trick yourself sometimes. I do the same thing when I'm running. Like, let's say I've planned to do a 6-mile run, but I just don't feel like doing a 6-mile run. I'll put my shoes on and I'll be like, okay, well, I'll just go outside, I guess. You know, and then once I'm outside, I'm like, okay, well, guess we'll jog a little bit. And then before you know it, I'm on mile 4. I'm singing along to, like, I don't know. I be having hella people in my running playlist. And then Paramore, Haley Williams. And then I'm running home. I'm on mile 5. I'm like, why was I ever even, like, not wanting to do this? But I sometimes have to ignore the part of me that would rather do anything else than take care of myself. For real. Someone said normalize phones as cameras. You just need a good mic. I agree. You cannot use a phone as a camera. Well, I mean, that's not what I mean. You cannot use a phone as a microphone. Maybe you can, I guess. But no, mics are pretty large, as you see. It takes a lot of physical hardware to transmit good audio. So yeah, but sadly you will have to probably buy a mic, but you don't need to buy a camera. And my advice to any aspiring content creators out there, don't buy a camera, buy a light. Start there, and you will probably be fine. So I just sit in my hair and brush my teeth. That makes me happy. That really does. I'm gonna drink some water. Someone says booking it to Hikaru Utada. Y'all already know I have Utada up in them headphones, and I'm just like, yes. Because they have a lot of remixes of their songs, and they go hard when you're running. I swear to God. Someone said iPhone audio is trash. iPhone audio it's bad. It's very bad. I mean, I feel like all phones have pretty bad audio, but you would think it would be better with the price tag. Someone said, and a lot of research to filter that audio well. That's true. The audio doesn't just come through like as it is. I think first of all, I already have taken what's called a Shure SM7B. That's a oh god, I forget what kind of mic this is called. But anyways, it's directional mic, and let me look at. I haven't thought about my audio filters in a while. Hopefully this doesn't break anything, or I'm gonna get really mad. Oh, okay, yeah. So I have to boost the gain a lot, and I do that using some hardware and some software. Hardware are things that you plug in. Software are the programs running on your computer. So for example, for hardware, I have my microphone via XLR cable plugged into what's called a cloud lifter. I've talked about this before. It adds an additional few decibels, usually around 10. You have to be careful with that though, because it can introduce a lot of noise. And then I have the cloud lifter plugged into what's called an audio interface. I use a Motu M4, and that is sort of something that kind of reads the XLR signal in a way that your computer can understand, because you can't plug this thing directly into your computer unless you have a really crazy specialized one. It definitely doesn't fit anywhere in my Mac. And then from there, we get the audio sent to the computer via USB, and that is where I import it into OBS. From there, I have to add gain, more gain. Gain is the hardest thing when you have a good mic, because good mics are quiet. So I bump it up by another 13 decibels. I have a compressor on as I'm speaking. That just helps everything to be leveled, because whereas I do try to talk at a steady volume, it just sounds nicer when your lows are kind of boosted to be the same as your highs. Otherwise, it would kind of sometimes sound like this. Hey guys, hi and welcome to... You know, you don't want that. So compress. I have a limiter on, which for me personally is just making sure that despite all of the gain, I'm not boosting the signal above 0 decibels. Essentially, I don't want it to like clip and for me to sound blown out. Now, obviously, when I like scream or whatever, as I do on stream quite a bit, I can clip, but I don't mind. It's not that bad. And then I also have some noise suppression on, just because noise is literally unavoidable. I mean, I'm sure there's still some noise in the signal, but like, yeah, between gain, compressors, limiters, noise suppressors, physical hardware, and also processing stuff like audio interfaces and all the XLR cables you need, and using an XLR mic in the first place, like a Shure SM7B, I'm thinking about maybe moving up to another kind because I've had the same one for years. You do have to do some research. You do have to do some research for audio if you want it to sound nice, but I will say my audio sounds nice. Someone said there's a similar Shure mic that connects via USB-C. True. Shure has a bunch of mics, and some of them are USB mics. And low-key, USB mics sound crispy nowadays. I feel like it used to be where XLR was insanely better, to where you should, if you can, even though they're expensive, you should just probably do XLR, but USB mics just get better and better. It's really nice. Someone says, wow, and we literally just see the end product of your hard work. For me, that's the goal, is that you're never thinking about any of this. I think the anybody, like, sorry, now I'm thinking about school, but like I went to school for mass communication, concentration, digital film and television production, and one of the main things that they teach you is how invisible everything should be, especially from an editing perspective. I had to take editing classes, and like in many cases, the best editing is invisible. And so that's how I feel about all of these effects. Yes, I would like to not blind you. I would like to dazzle you with like pink and scary outfits, but most of the impressive things should be happening on the back end so that you never have to think about it. It makes the magic easier to see. Someone says, I just learned the difference between hardware and software. Yo, let's go. Someone said, did you ever figure out if your air conditioning was audible? Okay, so sadly, sometimes I have my fans going, so I'm not super hot right now. It would be nicer if I could run the AC. When I first turned my AC on, y'all can't hear it. And that's why the other day when it accidentally came on and y'all were like, yo, we don't even hear the AC. D'Angelo, you can run it if you want to. I told y'all I was going to test it. I did. I guess what happens is my AC works in stages. So the initial stage, it sounds fine. It's not that loud. But then a few minutes into it, it gets into like what I can only describe as airplane mode. Not as in you've turned off your connection to the internet, but as in it just starts going. And that came through my microphone. So I'm going to leave the AC off. Otherwise, you're not going to hear it. And then everybody's going to be like, yo, what is that in the background? What is that? Reading chat. Sometimes I never hear them. Yeah, you won't hear it mostly until it starts going crazy, going stupid. And then that's the only thing you're going to hear, sadly. But you know what? 4 hours, small price to pay. And you know what I call this? Solidarity with my non-American friends. I mean, first of all, a lot of people who are not in America also have air conditioning. But from what I've learned, it's very common in other places not to have it. So let's pretend this is just me doing, I don't know, solidarity with the Brits, question mark? No, I'm being stupid, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I've learned not having AC running constantly, which for my American brain is like head exploding emoji. Someone says the only thing I can faintly hear is the sirens. They haven't been active today, which I'm glad. I would prefer that nothing bad is happening that involves a bunch of emergency vehicles. Someone says your background is very eye-catching. When I'm scrolling through vids to watch, it really stands out. So good choice. Thank you. That's also why I use very similar thumbnails for everything, because I just feel like I want you to have the feeling. Sorry, I'm talking about manipulation here, but I don't care. I want you to have the feeling that you associate with a quote-unquote D'Angelo video before you realize what it is the best way to brand your YouTube content. Like, for example, here, I'll show you what I mean. Not using me. Tom Scott. So Tom Scott's an amazing content creator, literally has been for years. But his branding, for example, a lot of it, yeah, especially like his content before, he uses this very specific shade of red, often is wearing red in the thumbnails, has the same font and the same white highlights. And so a video that usually wouldn't get that many views, a bear found my GoPro and took a selfie. Actually, that is kind of crazy. That probably would get views anyway. Still winds up getting hella 1.6 milli because all of Tom Scott's, I don't know, Tom Scott heads like me see this red, we see the white, and we're automatically like, oh, Tom Scott time, before the thinking part of your brain processes this as a Tom Scott video. You literally start clicking before you realize what you're doing, which is the number one CTR hack that you can do on YouTube. I guess another example of this would be like, I actually don't really watch a lot of these videos, but I've also seen a lot of them. Like, oh god, I'm gonna mess this up. Kurzgesagt. Oh no, that's probably not how you say that. But anyways, it's the same thing with this style of content where I see the text at the top. I see this like flat, very saturated, high contrast style of animation, and I'm like, oh, this is probably going to be interesting for a few minutes, and I start clicking before I realize. You can't play a YouTube game where you wait for people to notice you and then click in. There's too many other things going on, for real. So that is why, if you've ever felt like you've just been drawn to one of my thumbnails without realizing, it's because I try to do that on purpose. Someone said branding, Josh Johnson in that gray hoodie. Dude, he's a really great example of that. Like, Josh Johnson. All of his thumbnails are, he's a Lego right there. All of his thumbnails are recognizable because he's usually in the same position. It has a very similar visual story happening across all of them. And so before you even realize what's going on, you're thinking to yourself like, oh, Josh Johnson's about to be funny for an hour, which he manages to do at a very rapid rate. Very crazy. But yeah, no, like things like this are fun. I mean, they're like technically marketing and mass manipulation, but it's not always bad. If at the end of the day you're just trying to get people to click into videos where you're not being hateful, I don't think it's a bad thing. Someone said, what did I walk into? We're talking about YouTube thumbnails and why I believe you should aim for most of your thumbnails to be similar because it really builds up over time and can help your channel get a little bit of an edge in something called CTR, which is click-through rate, the rate at which your thumbnail is shown to people somewhere on a YouTube surface and they click into it, because then that will in turn lead to more views for you. Someone said, my mom described Josh Johnson as Stone's D'Angelo. That makes sense in a weird way. Like, I don't know why I understand that, but I understand what she's saying, and I don't disagree. That's really funny. Someone said Mr. Beast. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying to admit, but obviously Mr. Beast is very good at this, or he wouldn't have, what is it, like literally 500 million subscribers now? I will say, though, I hate his thumbnails so much, though. They're so ugly. Like, yes, Mr. Beast's thumbnails are immediately recognizable as such, and I'm sure that plays, or I know that that plays a massive part in his continued success. But dear God, these are some of the ugliest thumbnails ever. I don't know why he does that. I'm not calling him ugly, but he literally is like constantly editing himself to look weird in his content. I will never understand, or I guess because it works is the point. Someone said infamously so. Yeah, sadly, Mr. Beast is kind of the poster child for branding in a manipulative way. Oh my God, it's very cringe. Someone said he's the worst, but he do got his niche down. Yeah, look, you could say anything and should say anything you want about this man, but he does understand YouTube. That's just not a reason to glaze him and ignore all of the problems, but nah, he figured it out. But why is it always people like this who wind up with 500 million, which is crazy? Also, those, I'm just gonna say it, these are not all real accounts. They can't be. Listen, I'm not so foolish as to believe every single account subscribed to me is real, but for all of the times that Mr. Beast will literally beg people to subscribe to him by doing these giveaways, which by the way you used to not even be able to do on YouTube. Let's see if I can find one. I can't find any of his giveaways. Oh, here we go. I'm granting wishes for my subscribers. 658 million views, where he's like begging people all the time, subscribe to me and I will maybe give you money. I'm like, why are we sitting here and acting like this is impressive that you now have the largest amount? This is sad. It's literally like 2010s YouTube. Like, guys, I'm doing a giveaway, a free iPhone giveaway. Subscribe and turn on notifications to enter my iPhone giveaway. But in current year. Okay. Reading chat. Someone said, did you see the recent email leak from Mr. Beast? No, I did not. Someone said he understands kids YouTube, not develop brains YouTube. Well, yeah, no, he's good at this with kids content. I don't really know how Mr. Beast would fare if he was trying to do like more involved. No, his videos are pretty involved. I don't know what I'm trying to say without being mean. Less stupid content. I don't know how he would do. Someone said, is Mr. Beast genuinely popular in the sense that people actually watch him? Children. Never, and I mean never, underestimate the viewing power of children on YouTube. I have zero sway with the kids. I'm incredibly boring. All of my content is about usually like kind of adult things. Oh, this adult had a controversy with all of these other adults. We're talking about relationships or racism, or you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that would interest a 12-year-old. And so I never have to think about what to do to get kids to watch or whatever. I'm actually happy that I don't have to care about that. But I do have some fellow content creators who make content primarily for children. They're not all bad people. Actually, believe it or not, I used to think that everybody who made kids content was on some level like really just inherently cringe. But there are people who care a lot about what they're doing, and they're not trying to be super irresponsible. They have fun doing what they're doing. But I realize they are literally playing YouTube as a completely different game. First of all these people are usually doing like hella numbers all the time. I'm talking, some people are posting like 7 videos a week and they all pop off with their child audience. I'm like, wow, kids are dedicated as hell. I do not have the patience to try to figure that particular game out. But yeah, if you could get suggested in like YouTube for the babies, you are definitely going to be raking it in. Someone said Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel! Miss Rachel's not a horrible person. I believe she seems to have really good intentions and has done good things. I don't think she's an example of someone who I would say is like, you're making kids content because you're a weirdo. She's really not. It's sad though that for every Miss Rachel, there's like 10 people making the weirdest, most inappropriate kids content imaginable. More Miss Rachel, less, well, Mr. Beast. Please. Oh my God. Someone said, I'm 4 and I love your vids. Please. YouTube's going to read that, think you're serious, and then try to ban you. Someone said kids are time rich, nuance poor. Kids are time rich, everything poor. When I was a kid, I didn't have, let's see. Okay, hold on. I had some things when I was a kid. I had an imagination and I had goals for myself. And I had like some goodness, I guess, within me inherently. But like, this is going to sound bad. Okay, hold on. I really got to be careful with how I word this. Kids are not stupid. They're really not. They're just not smart all the time. I'm pretty sure I've said this before on stream. Like, I know this because I'm a lot older than my siblings. So for the majority of my life, I was interacting with people who were very young and really knowing them as people. Like, these are my siblings. I knew them better than anybody. So like, I know for sure they're not stupid. Kids aren't dumb. I know it might seem like not much is going on in there, but that's not true. They have their internal worlds. They have their own sort of compasses. They're never pointing in the right direction and they're quite illogical, but that's not the same thing as being stupid. Kids just have a really, 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 really high rate of turning their brain off though. Not that adults are much better, obviously, as evidenced by the fact that someone like Tony Hinchcliffe can get a bunch of people sitting in the seats. But like, I swear to God, kids just have those moments where I'm just like, wow, you didn't think about this at all before you did it, did you? You just went for it. It's very clear to me that you weren't thinking about the repercussions or anything. And that is more so what I feel like you have to not try to take advantage of when you're making content for kids. People can get really scammy, really weird, really manipulative in their wording and try to take advantage of that part of youth that is just like not wanting to experience FOMO or just wanting to feel included or whatever, and you get peer pressured essentially into supporting content creators online. That is whack, and I really don't like that particular type of creator. Reading chat. Someone says short-term goals only. Kids are they're not super great at long-term planning all the time. Sometimes I feel like you didn't even project 30 seconds into the future to think if this would be a good idea. I also feel like that's why it's good that I'm not a parent, because I feel like I would always just be trying to understand why, and there would never be a reason. There would never be a reason. I would just be like, so I'll give you an example of something that I did that my mom was just like, why? When I was 4, I was on the swing. You know how you can get to a point where you're propelling yourself on the swing? So I was just like swinging back and forth, a swing set at the playground. And I was like, I'm going to go as high as possible. I was really kicking it, bro. And then at the very top, the zenith of my, there's like a scientific word for this that I don't know. At the top of that arc, I thought to myself in my 4-year-old brain, now I'm going to let go on purpose. I'm going to just fly forward through the air. That's going to be super cool. So I did. It was very terrifying. Excuse me. I don't really remember. I don't remember falling is the really funny part. I'm pretty sure I hurt myself. I only really remember thinking to myself, yeah, I'm about to let go of this. Nothing happened. I pretty much just scraped myself up. But I remember after the fact, my mom being like, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen when you let go of that? And I was trying to explain to her, like, I didn't. I don't know. I probably listed some stupid movie. Like, I just wanted to fly, like in whatever the last thing I watched where someone flew was. And I think that's when my mom, who was a new parent, newish because I was 4, but I was her first, understood truthfully that while I wasn't stupid, I had the utmost capacity for turning my brain off. I could turn it completely off to where there's just no activity, only fueled by demon energy. And I feel like we grew to understand each other a little more after that. But yeah, I couldn't be a parent because I would always just be like, you have to clue me into your thought process, kid. You have to. I can't let you go until I know this won't happen again. But it will happen again. That's what kids do. It's just the same stupid things over and over. That's my take on that, which no one asked for. Someone said, I can't imagine having kids solely because they be doing dumb stuff. They do. I'm not knocking them. It's the only time you can get away with it. So you should. That's how you learn. But also, I would just be like, I would be baffled. I would be befuddled. Like, is there a camera crew? Like, is this a joke? Is this a prank? Why would you do this? I can't. Someone said kids can't explain you get. I don't know. Oh my God. My mom banned I don't know. And I don't blame her. I used to say that one so often, even though it was usually true. But yeah, like, I probably might have even said that then. Like, why did you let go? I don't know. And I got to a point probably when I was 5 when my mom was like, you know what? New rule. You're not allowed to say I don't know as a reason for why you did something. Like, if I didn't actually know something, what is 30 divided by 2? I don't know. I'm 5. That's fine, she would tell me. But if it's like, D'Angelo, why did you put the dish soap in the refrigerator? I wasn't allowed to say I don't know anymore. And it kind of helped me a lot because I had to start thinking about why I was doing the things I was doing. I was like, I guess because I just thought it would be happier with the food. Like, and then you start realizing, like, I don't know why I'm doing these things. Maybe I should know why I do things before doing them was kind of where my mom pushed me towards. And so I'm sure she was glad she did that. I don't think I got any less dumb, but I'm sure it helped marginally. Someone said, I still say that and I'm 22. I mean, I still don't know why I'd be doing stuff if I'm being honest, but it'd be like that for real. Someone said this open the refrigerator. Dog, someone said that's kind of specific. I'm pretty sure I did do that. Like, I don't know. Why do you do anything, honestly? Probably like, here, this is so stupid and bad. An example of something I did that I just don't know why. I need like a 90s speaker. Yeah. Okay. So there are these type of speakers that like were a thing in the 90s. Kind of like this, but maybe a little bit smaller. And they were kind of expensive. My dad had these and was very proud of them, obviously, because he really had to work for those. And every time I would pass these speakers, just knowing how important these were to him, I would just kind of notice this part right here. And I was like, I bet that part's not solid. I was four looking at this little bump part in the middle of a speaker, thinking to myself, I bet if I pushed that in, it wouldn't pop back out. And so after trying to reason with myself, I think I tried for a whole, I don't know, 2 weeks to not destroy the speaker that my dad had had for who knows longer than I had been born. I did it. I remember this so vividly. No one was around and I'm like, I'm going to poke this in, and I boop. And guess what, chat? Those aren't solid. They're not solid on all speakers apparently, and it didn't pop back out. And so it's funny because when I did this, I literally knew this was going to end poorly. I was like, no one's going to be happy and I'm not going to be able to fix this, but I have to know. And so I found out. My dad was very much just like, again, why? Kind of thinking like I was doing this to be, I don't know. It sounds like, again, the camera crew. You're just like, you have to be playing a prank on me. This seems so targeted. But I was just like, dog, maybe speakers shouldn't look so inviting. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, so kid logic is very terrifying because it can be used to justify almost anything. The same also applies to adults, but it's just wild, man. It's wild. Someone said intrusive thoughts one. I mean, and not intrusive per se, but very impulsive. I just gave in, dog. That was me when stapling my finger at Ford to see if it hurt. You did that too? Wait. I've never heard anyone else say they did that. I did that too. I'm pretty sure I was also 4. I literally just stapled my hand. I was just like, staplers, by the way, depending on your upbringing, are the coolest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. And they definitely were to me. I loved the clicky sound they made. They were so satisfying. I would just like put a bunch of staples in a paper for no reason. I wasn't allowed to use a stapler. I was doing this for no reason. And at one point, I was just like, I've been poked by staples before. I know that these are sharp. I know that this hurts. I'm like, I just want to see what it feels like. And I don't remember what happened after, like the actual stapling of myself. I remember hurting myself and thinking like, oh, that didn't feel good, and having to be like, look what I did. But yeah, why? Someone said I did it to my thumb. Someone said I stapled myself too. What is with the stapler when you're like 4? That is just catnip to a cat. So stupid. So I drank dish soap. I didn't drink dish soap. I did definitely probably try other things that just weren't good because they weren't food. But I was just like, I have to know what this tastes like. So stupid. Someone said the safety pin. Pulling it out was worse. Pulling it out was the worst part for sure. It was so bad. Oh my gosh. Reading chat. Someone said, okay, that is crazy. Not crazy as in you're crazy. I'm just scared. Someone said they stuck a fork in an outlet to see if it sparked. And it did. Okay, I never did all that. When I was a kid, the number one thing that my parents told me all the time, probably I was 1 or 2 when I heard this the first time, was you never, ever, 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 ever go near an electrical outlet. They showed me the little like icon of the figure being shocked, and we're like, this will kill you. So I've never ever done any sort of electrical outlet type thing, because I always just assuming like, oh, this will start a fire and kill me. That's wild that you did that, dog. Oh my god. That's wild as hell. Someone said they lived. I'm so glad you did. Oh my god, that's, yeah, maybe everyone has their line, and for me it was definitely like forks and outlets. Oh nah, so I'm surprised I was okay. I'm just glad you were. And for YouTube, if you're watching this, hey, we're not endorsing any of this behavior, obviously. Oh my god. Someone says, say my parents were like, you will die. Yeah, that's what they told me. They're like, you're gonna die if you do this, and so don't ever do it. Do you want to be electrocuted? And I was like, oh, I don't want to be electrocuted and die. What? So I never did it. Oh nah. That's wild. Someone said this is why I always decline to babysit, because what am I gonna tell the parents? Yeah, when your kid just decides like, you know what, I haven't died yet, so why would that die today? And they like jump off of a countertop onto a tile floor. How am I going to explain this? Like, dog, I don't know. The kid is fine, but they just self-destructed willingly. And I didn't stop them because I didn't think anything was going to happen. No, I pretty much have spent my entire life babysitting. But like, oh my God. Yeah, nah. Kids just, they move differently. Reading chat. Sometimes I couldn't even touch any Switch with wet hands. Yeah, I was never allowed to do that, and to this day, I don't think I would. I'm scared of it still. I'm scared. Someone said just say the tile floor wasn't childproof. Yeah, why did y'all have a tile floor? No, just kidding. No victim blaming. Even though the kid is mostly the victim, but like kids are also like low key. I shouldn't say this, but I do know this from having 3 younger siblings. Children are low-key a lot more like durable than one would expect, is what I will say. I've definitely seen things happen with my younger siblings where I'm like, you're good after that. Or having also been a child, I've been responsible for a couple incidents where I got really scared because I'm like, did I break the baby? But I didn't. I remember the worst and stupidest thing I ever did. I can't believe I did this. Was like, I put one of my siblings on the bed with me. I just wanted to hang out. We were watching TV and the baby was on the floor or somewhere. And I was like, nah, I want to cuddle with the baby because I was like, what, 6 or something? So I picked baby up and I'm like, yeah, you're going to hang out with me. And then I got bored and I left. And my parents were just thinking the baby was right where they left them. So I'm out there talking to my parents about something at age 6. And then we just hear, but don't. And like, and I immediately started freaking out. That's when I was like, oh, I broke it. I had forgotten that I left the baby on the bed. It didn't occur to me that the baby was on the floor for like safety reasons. And like my parents, they were very graceful about that, thankfully, because I think they saw that I was literally terrified. I was crying. I immediately started crying and like sobbing almost as much as the baby did. And I was just like, I didn't mean to. I literally just forgot that babies like, I don't know, roll over and have no sort of, I don't know, survival instinct. But yeah. I watched a baby. Well, I didn't see it happen, but I've witnessed a baby roll off of a bed with like the 2 different mattresses and still be fine. Should I share this info? No. All this to say, everything worked out well. Thank God. Oh my God. Someone says it does unfortunately happen. Kids fall off of places and they are fine. A lot of times. That's what I learned the hard way. I mean, I wasn't the kid in question, but yeah, no, that was so terrifying. I think I'm still scared of that. Maybe this is a story I should have told in therapy for the first time instead of on stream, but I'm glad I've said it aloud, even though I'm pretty sure I've literally told the story before on stream. But yeah, no, dog, that's maybe one of the things I feel the worst about, even though I did it when I was 6 and I didn't really do anything on purpose, but like, oh my God. Oh, nah. Someone said I fell down 2 flights of stairs as a kid and I got up like nothing happened. I've fallen down a flight of stairs. I wasn't even hurt either. Yeah, no, I don't know why. Like kids just, they bounce. It's really wild. Like they're made out of rubber sometimes. Someone says, I assure you, I have 2 kids and I assure you every baby has fallen off a bed. And if they haven't, their parents are lying. You literally make me feel a little bit better. That makes me feel a little bit better. Like on God. Oh my God. What an experience. Someone said it's the over 30s. You got to check on the kids are fine. They usually are. They're the ones who get right back up. I've said this before. Hold on. This is bad. Yeah, I should just delete this part of the stream after, but I'm exposing all my secrets. Like, there's this trick that you can do with kids sometimes where if they don't realize that they should be hurt or whatever, you can get them to walk it off really easy. And what I mean by that is like, kids trip all the time because they don't have very many years of experience walking. So if you see a child running and they trip and fall a little bit, but you know that they're fine, but you can ID that they're about to start crying. If you can like distract them from the fact that they just fell, they might forget immediately. My trick was just like a scooping up immediate, like, oh, you fell, okay, hold on, you're coming with me, let's talk about something else. And I swear to God, 9 times out of 10 I could just put them back down and they would just go and continue running until they fall again in 5 minutes. Swear to God, you can literally psych kick kids out of like freaking out about things. Someone said kids react to how you react. They do. If your kid trips and falls and they're not seriously hurt, but you start freaking out and you're like, oh my God, you're okay, then the kid's gonna be like, oh my God, why? In my case, it's like my big brother freaking out, or why is my parent freaking out like this? I guess I should freak out. But if you're just like, get up, come on, let's go. Kids will just get up, come on, and go. It's hilarious. It's amazing. It's almost a fantastic crisis management skills. Yeah, no, like, obviously, if your child needs help, you should help them, duh. And I helped my siblings with a lot of things when I was younger. But there was a lot of times when I was just like, oh, let's just move them on to the next thing. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. Someone said adults scare them more than they get hurt. Exactly. It's me now that wants to cry when I stub my toe. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll like trip and fall and not really hurt myself. But just the fact that I experienced that is so upsetting to me. I'll just throw a little mini tantrum alone. I'll just be like, I hate that I fell. Why did I do that? I'm angry and upset. I didn't want to fall and hurt my knee somewhat, a little bit. It doesn't hurt, but I'm still going to cry about it. So yeah, I throw tantrums now, not then. Someone said stubbing the toe is brutal. Dog, it's so bad. It hurts. I don't understand why. I mean, I do, obviously, but like... Oh, no. Sometimes I cried because I hurt my elbow. I have absolutely cried because I like ran my elbow into a table. And like my first thought, I do the thing that you do with kids. They're like, hey, you're fine. It doesn't hurt that bad. And then I'm like, actually, this feels really bad. And I'm just angry. I'm mad that the table was there and I don't like being in pain. So I'm going to cry anyway. And then I feel better. It's great. It's fantastic. Someone said I just take Xanax. Fair. It's stepping on the Lego block for me. Lego blocks left on the floor are hell. Literally one of the things that everybody says is bad, and it's actually as bad as everyone says. It's so bad. Someone says it hurts my feelings. Literally, it hurts my feelings more than it actually hurts physically. I'm just like so offended that anything bad would ever happen to me. Now I need y'all to be honest. Does anybody actually start thinking temporarily? Nothing bad should ever happen to me. I'm God's favorite. Sometimes I think that. It's weird because I alternate between that and like borderline life-altering self-hatred, but sometimes I'm just like, I didn't even deserve to stub my toe just now because I am literally God's gift to earth. And I wind up getting more upset at the fact that anything bad happened to me than at the thing that actually happened. And then I get off of my high horse and I'm like, just kidding. Somebody said yes. Someone said all the time. I swear to God, it'd be happening where I'm like, the fact that anything bad even had the audacity to happen to me is crazy because I don't deserve that. It's insane. Someone said not me. Yeah, it's probably maybe better to not have that experience, but I'm telling you it'd be occurring every now and then. It really do. Someone said main character syndrome is real. You got to fight the main character syndrome within you. Someone said the Catholic Church kind of made me think I was the next Jesus. I mean, you could be. Who knows? Jesus never said the story was over. I didn't see anywhere in the Bible where he was like, he said there's never going to be a Jesus 2. So someone says no, but I think I'd like to start. Honestly, you should try it one time. The next time something goes wrong, a minor inconvenience happens to you, but you're like alone, you're not going to bother anyone. Just stop and think to yourself, like, I'm offended that something bad even happened because I don't deserve that. Nothing bad should ever happen to me. And then you can let go of the thought after the fact. But I swear to God, it'd be helping me. It'd be helping. Just a little bit of delusion. It goes a long way. I feel like there is utility in being delulu. Delulutility. Someone says, can there not be a Jesus 2? Sequels are always worse. That is true, though. I don't think we need a Jesus reboot, personally. I liked the first one, actually. Someone says, Jesus Christ Superstar 2. It's giving cat energy. Yeah, I do feel like cats also get really offended at minor inconveniences. And sometimes I feel like I am a cat, low-key. Like, not like I am a cat, but like spiritually, I feel like I understand them. Because I'm like, me too. Like, if you really think about it, cats wound up here, however they did, domesticated cats. And multiple different cultures were like, this is God. This thing is obviously God, right? And cats were literally just like, yeah. And then they just started acting like it. Like, no one ever really looked at a dog and thought to themselves, like, obviously this thing must be God. They were just more like, oh, we love dog, right? We're going to take care of it. But people were literally like, cats seem like they're so far above us. They must be operating on a different plane. And cats were just like, this is true. Yes. And I feel like low-key, you got to move through this world like a cat. You really do. Like, you're God's gift to earth. Just be like, no, it's true. All the hype is true. It's all true. Seriously, it'll take you far. I mean, like, you're going to hit a point where you realize delusion can only get you so far. And then you're going to have to start relying on some more concrete things. But it can get you further than just trying to power through all the time. Or at least that's my experience. As someone who sometimes feels like I'm just a black cat, literally. Someone said cats are main characters. They literally are. They domesticate themselves. Yeah, cats are just like, we're here now, and I don't know. That's your problem, not ours. Someone says, and with the 9 lives, they truly are from the heavens. Literally. Reading chat. Someone says, I think the kinds of people who question themselves should think this more often. Yeah, if you have a lot of self-doubt, just temporarily put yourself into the headspace of a cat. And just be like, you know what? Nah, I'm doing fine. Someone says, I call my selfish phase my Catwoman phase. Because neutral, fully chaotic neutral. Literally, you cannot get more neutral than just a cat. Like, dog, they don't care. They don't be caring at all. I mean, like, they care insofar as they care, but they're very unbothered. And it's amazing, I think. Reading chat. Someone says, I hope I can go to cat heaven for my lifelong services and worship. Who here would actually try to get into heaven if it was a cat cafe? I probably would. Like, heaven as it exists currently, or is thought to be, at least in the religion that I was indoctrinated with as a child, is really boring. I don't really want to go, eternal rest or whatever. I'm not interested. But if heaven low key was like cat cafe, but you don't even have litter boxes, everybody's just happy. There's not even anything. Like, no one's ever hungry. Well, I mean, I guess if you're at a cafe, maybe there would be food, but like, all the cats in the world are happy. Maybe I would try. I'd be like, okay, let's reel in the flagrant sin, the brazen worldliness that I walk through this earth with. Maybe I'll dial it back so I can get into cat heaven. But sadly, the Bible never promised me any cats. So, womp womp, I gave up. Someone says I'm more of a bird person. Maybe heaven is an aviary. Is that a thing where birds are? Hold on. I said that and I'm just like, what's an aviary? I think that's what it is. I couldn't imagine it being anything else. It's a large enclosure. Oh, it keeps birds in confinement? No, that's not good. But basically, maybe heaven is like an open bird habitat. I don't want it to be a bird cage. But yeah, and maybe it's just whatever you want it to be. Someone says the Turkish believe that cats are aware of the existence of God. I believe what they believe in that specific case as well. Reading chat. Someone say yes. Yeah, aviaries are for birds, but like, I don't rock with bird cages though. In general, like, maybe I'm gonna sound really, well, I am uneducated because I don't really know how like zoos work or whatever. Whereas I understand that it's good that we have some animals like in human monitored spaces if they're endangered or whatever. I find the whole idea of like zoos sometimes to be like sad. Because it's not even like, I feel like at least if you're like a human, an individual person keeping a pet, it's because you have like a bond with them, obviously. But your pet doesn't have to live solely to like display or be displayed for others. And I just feel like aviaries are probably good for research, obviously. But beyond that, just the idea of birds in cages is just like, dog, this is sad. Let them go. I mean, don't let them go because that's not good. They wouldn't even survive. But like, free them for real. Someone says, I've never enjoyed the zoo. Yeah, no, something about the zoo for me, the vibes are very off. Or maybe we just had a particularly like whack zoo. I went to the San Antonio Zoo. That was me as a kid. Been there multiple times, obviously, as many kids do. San Antonio Zoo. This is a place I haven't thought about in a long time. Yeah, zoo in San Antonio, Texas doesn't get much more straightforward than that. So we have like, I remember going there. I don't remember what year it was. If I remember correctly, we were supposed to have a giraffe. You can see there's one right here in the Savannah area. And so little 5-year-old, 6-year-old me, however old I was, this is the only thing I wanted to see. I wanted to see the giraffe so bad. So bad. I was like, yes, yes, yes. Zoos are awesome. Live animals. This is great. And we get there and they had they had like an announcement or something. Oh, I'm gonna drink some water. They had like an announcement or something, or people posted out there like telling people, and they're like, oh, the giraffe is like sick, which I don't know what that means or if that was true. Chat, I don't think the giraffe was sick. I don't think there was a giraffe there anymore. And even though I still wasn't really old enough to grasp the ethics of zoos, because I didn't know what ethics were, I started thinking about this a little bit more critically. And I was like, is the giraffe sick? Where is it? And then I started thinking about like, what happens to the animals when they get sick? And the whole experience was soured. So I feel like I was just going from space to space, enclosure to enclosure, just being like, I hope you don't get sick. It was sad. My zoo experience got ruined by a missing giraffe. And since then, I've never enjoyed myself. And maybe that's good. Maybe the wool was pulled from my eyes early, as it should be. But that was awful. It was so bad. Someone said sad. It was sad, but that was sad for me as a human who got to go home after. My God. Someone says, I grew up at the San Diego Zoo. Any other zoo I've been to, not many, was just depressing. Yeah, I'm sorry. In my opinion, the San Antonio Zoo is depressing. It's a depressing space, objectively. But people said the San Diego Zoo is great for sure. Yeah, no, that sounds nicer than whatever the hell I was experiencing. Someone says most zoos have very good vet care. That is good though. Like, I don't want to sound like somebody who is dunking on people who are taking care of animals, because I know there's a lot of very dedicated people devoting a lot of their energy and time to making animals as comfortable as they can be. I was just sad because there was no giraffe. Excuse me. Reading chat. Someone says, I only like the butterfly house in the San Antonio Zoo. I remember that. I thought that was dope, if I remember correctly. I think there was a butterfly house. I don't know. I've been to multiple of those. Butterflies are cute. They really, really are. Someone says, always report if you see something off. Yeah. Someone says, not all zoos are created equally, but there are still good zoos out there doing good things. Yeah, no, there are some spaces that humans have created that are literally safe spaces for animals, where they wouldn't be safe otherwise. And that's great. That makes me happy. If only that was the case in all places. So shout out that. Someone says, no, all zoos are bad. Sorry, only sanctuaries are good. Yeah, I mean, I guess what is the difference between zoo and sanctuary? Also, I realize this is very quickly turning into something that's beyond my scope. So I'm not here to argue. I just saying I want the animals to be happy. That's all. And if that means no more zoos ever, then let's do that. But what can I do? What can I say? Yeah, I realize like things like this on the internet. Not that y'all were doing this, but I had a vision. They literally always turn into ethics debates about like, well, actually, here are the reasons. And I'm like, no. I just want the animals to be happy. I swear to God. Swear to God. Sometimes I went to a butterfly house, but I was so anxious the whole time thinking I'd heard a butterfly by accident. That feeling is real. They're pretty fragile. Pretty fragile creatures. They're so beautiful though. I love me a good butterfly. So I went to Butterfly Pavilion once as a child and it was so beautiful. Okay, anyways, chat. I didn't get to do this last time because our topic took so long. And I didn't get to do it the time before because I think we spent the entire rest of the stream doing relationship advice on Slate. I still wanted to do Reddit. I still wanted to do it. If you're new to this stream, don't worry. I don't do Reddit content more than once a month because it's infuriating and it's all fake and it's really stupid. But I do like doing it at least once a month. So I'm way beyond my monthly Reddit allowance. I really want to get into it now that I actually have time. I want to stop before we have another hour-long conversation about something random, even though that's pretty much my favorite thing to do on the stream. So let's do it. I always forget which one of the Am I the A-hole subreddits is better. One of them is better than the other, right? Which one is it? Oh, this one says it's private, so that can't be the right one. Hold on. And also, I have to look back up how to sort by controversial at some point. Because the main problem with this subreddit specifically, where people come on here to share their stories, which are usually fake, and ask if they're the a-hole in the scenario, is it's usually people sharing instances in which they are obviously not the wrong party. And everyone is just agreeing with them and being like, no, you're right. You're correct. It's the other people in your story who are wrong. But you know what? I think it's already sorted by controversial because I see right here, this has 3 upvotes, but 100 comments. This has 100 upvotes, but 1,000 comments. I think I already have it sorted correctly. Okay. We could take this from the top, baby. We could take this from the top. And speaking of the top, or speaking of baby, this top one is about a 7-month-old. Am I the a-hole for planning to tell my friend that she disrespected my boundaries? Okay, hold on. Let me I'm scanning. Okay. Nah. This one's weird. I'm skipping this one. I scanned it and I'm like, I don't know what this person is doing. I'm wondering about this next one. Would I be the a-hole if I fly business and my girlfriend goes coach? Okay, we might start here. Do y'all know what the difference is between business and coach, business class? On the off chance you don't, this person is referring to they would have an expensive plane ticket with comfortable seats while their girlfriend would be flying with everyone else. Okay. I think that we can do this. Yeah, we're going to do this one, chat. We're going to do this one. Let's go. All right, so just based off of the title, wait, let me try to like make this a little easier for you all to read because I know sometimes some of you like to read along with me. Okay, zoom. All right, that's fine. So right off the bat, just going off the title, my answer is yes. No matter what the context is, if you have a fancy plane ticket for some reason and your partner is in coach, yeah, I think that's a-hole behavior. Because like, unless someone else gave you these tickets, and that's the only time when I would be like, understanding of this. So it says right here, my girlfriend and I, together 6 months, are taking a trip to Europe together. Through my job, I have the availability. Oh, okay, I see. Through my job, I have the availability to do the flight in business class via accumulated miles. I have enough for myself, but not for her. Okay. I'm already having a thought, which is just like, save the plane ticket for somewhere else that you need to go and fly coach with her. But let's finish. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Ticket prices are approaching $2,000 for a round trip, and she wants me to spend the money to sit with her in economy. Okay. Well, other issue is she absolutely refuses to do anything but a window seat, while I need an aisle due to my knee and needing to stretch. So even if I fly economy, there might be a random person in the middle seat. I mean, at least you would still be in the same section of the plane as your partner, even if there's someone between you. I feel like spending $2,000 to fly in a worse class is insanity, and I think we can spend 10 hours apart on the plane. We're both late 40s, if that matters. Okay. Before I give my opinion on this, the first thing I like to do is rate them for authenticity. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being with 0 being I absolutely do not believe this didn't happen, this is a lie for engagement, and 5 being not I think this is real, but I believe this could be real, I'm gonna give this a 4. I feel like this could be real. Do I think this particular thing is real? I have no idea. It's still Reddit. But I can see this. I can see this happening in real life. So I guess what's a little odd for me here is nothing about this indicates the way that she feels. Because let me say this. I'm not a girlfriend because I'm not, well, a girl. But if I had a partner and they somehow were able to fly in a different part of a plane, I wouldn't care. That's just me. And I definitely have known people who would be like, dog, why would we pay an extra $2,000 for this? So like, this doesn't even seem like a big deal to someone like me, but that's just because I'm crazy. I'm just like, oh, go have fun. We'll be together after the fact. I don't really enjoy flying anyway, but like, I guess I see where this person is coming from. If you can't afford the extra tickets and one of the tickets is effectively free and you're going to save $2,000, Chad, I hope you don't get mad. Based off of my past experiences with money, I don't necessarily want to label this a-hole behavior. I've been in cases where I simply did not have enough money to do something like this. And the only way I was able to actually like go on a trip or, I don't know, accommodate myself or whatever was by taking advantage of a technicality. Technically, I don't have to do this. Someone said, why not give it to the girlfriend? That's a good question though. Okay, wait, hold on. That's a good question. That didn't come up in here. Oh man. Okay, I see why this has like 1,000 comments. Oh my god, I feel like y'all are gonna learn something about me. Okay, hold on. I'm not a very tall dude. I'm 6 feet tall. I fit in an airplane just fine. I usually am just riding with everyone else. Let me say this. What if you were with someone who was like smaller and they didn't mind riding in coach? Now, it sounds obviously from the existence of this post like this, the girlfriend in question probably minds. So I'm going to get there, but I need you to work with me in this hypothetical. What if they didn't really care that much And I was just like, okay, well, I'm taking advantage of the extra leg room. Would that make me an a-hole? Because I'm going to be honest with you. If I had the option between just not sitting crazy for 10 hours and I knew that my partner wasn't going to be more uncomfortable than me because they just happened to fit a little nicer in these seats, I would take it. I would take the opportunity. I'd be like, you know what? If you're really good, if you're really, really good, then I'm good too. I'll see you in a bit. I don't know, dog. I don't know. Someone said small person, I don't care, but it's preference. Yeah, I've been, I guess, with people who wouldn't care about this. And now I'm trying to think about what is the right move if somebody does, I guess. Someone said I also wouldn't care. Yeah, this is so tricky, I guess. Reading chat. Someone says, I don't know, I discussed it with my partner. Yeah, literally, I would just be like, hey, we can save $2,000, which is going to help a lot. I have a ticket that I may not have to pay for. Only one of them is going to be in business class. And then maybe I go from there and I see what this person says. If they're like, oh, that sucks, then I might start thinking like, oh, okay, it's being signaled to me that hey, there's someone happiness, so let me start thinking about, oh, why might this be bad? To be like, oh, do we want to sit together? I'll start thinking about it. Or I'm like, but I feel like if I say this and this person's just like, okay, and I'm just like, okay, and there's like a bit more leg room there. And the last time we flew, I was doing origami with my physical human form, and they're like, yeah, that's true, and they didn't care. Baby, I'm taking that seat. I'm sorry. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. But if they care at all and they find it unromantic I like how I have automatically changed my partner's pronouns to be they, them. If they find it unromantic for us to be separated for 10 hours, I would value their feelings. I would like to think I would obviously do that. I just think like, I'm not the kind of person who winds up attracting people like that, if I'm being honest. Because to be with me is to already, on some level, be quite okay with an unromantic approach to life. So that's what I've got. Someone says the 10-hour flight is a long time. It's a long time. Let's see what these edits say, because this person added some edits. Edit. I can use the points for economy tickets. Then he's an a-hole. He's an a-hole. It's over. It's the... You literally do not have to read the rest of this. You can sit with her for free. She's upset that you don't want to. Nah, I didn't even think about that. I don't know why the way this was worded made it sound... I guess you can tell I don't like have points on planes. I was just thinking he could only sit... Or I don't know if this is a guy, but I'm assuming. This person could only sit in one spot. But like, you can literally sit with her and you're choosing not to. They say, I don't want to, as it would then leave me with a smaller amount of points. I could then only use my smaller points balance on an economy ticket, which defeats the purpose of saving my miles for a long international haul. But you're probably not really saving that much money, though. I wouldn't mind doing economy with her, even exit row, but she refuses to do anything but window seat. I need an aisle, and I hate the middle due to my size. I'm 6 feet, 235, broad-shouldered. I played football in high school. I walk down the street and get mistaken for Jason Momoa. I've offered to sit economy if she takes middle, or aisle and aisle, but she refuses. Also, this is not a work trip, it's personal. I earn the miles from work activities and credit card spending, so it's not like they're footing the bill. Someone said he hates her. No, this is weird to me now. It was already a little weird because I felt like I was missing information. This is weird. Because at the end of the day, if I am in a relationship with somebody and they're just like, I would like to sit next to you on the plane. And I am posing this as, oh, well, I can't pay $2,000, which is the reason that this person gave initially. But then after the fact, it's like, oh, I don't even need to pay. I actually can sit next to you. I'm just choosing not to. That's weird. And I find the initial Reddit post to be manipulative. This is nah. Oh, this is weird. Okay, hold on. They said double edit. I'm originally from Europe, and she will be staying a good portion of the trip at my family's house. And we have a car to use from my sister, so my girlfriend's expenses on the trip will be minimal, other than food and excursions. We're not far along in our relationship. Yeah, they said 6 months, right? To be financially intertwined, so she is responsible for her costs to get there, and me for mine. Okay. Triple edit. The amount of people saying I should just pay for her upgrade is wild. I save points for a reason, because I don't have the funds to cover the business ticket cash. Economy is around 2K. Business is 11.5K. Sorry, guys. I don't have an extra few thousand to spend on a seat. I can also only afford a good portion of this because we have a lot of lodging coverage for a good duration of the trip that I'm not asking her to pay for. Edit 4. Lots of valid points, and actually made me reconsider some things. This is a girlfriend, not a wife, not an instant soulmate. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not going to collapse this relationship. And if this ultimate relationship, I'm not going to collapse if this relationship ultimately fizzles. That's life. We're both divorced and childless and enjoy our time together and still figuring each other out. Many have said for me to just pay the $9,000 difference for her. I don't agree with that, but I wish I had cash like that, but I don't. She's also not willing to pay herself for an upgrade. I'm going to save my points for a future trip and just go economy. What? What? Someone said business is not worth the points. Yeah, somebody who's gotten put in business class before, I would agree. It's not that fancy. Someone said just get an economy seat. Literally, what? Where was the part where they said they couldn't get an economy seat? I wouldn't mind doing economy with her, but she refuses to do anything but window seat. I need an aisle, and I don't like the middle. I offered to say economy if she takes the middle or aisle, but she refuses. I don't believe this person. I don't believe them. I'm looking at all of the elements of this story. So they have points. They can get what feels like a free business class seat. If they sit in economy, they would have to pay $2,000, but they can do that for free too. And the only reason that this isn't working, when the girlfriend clearly wants this person to sit next to her, is because she's refusing to allow him to sit with one person in between them. I don't believe that. Someone said he refuses. I feel like he refuses. I very much feel like it's this one little sentence right here. I'm sorry. Maybe it's possible that somebody is being so unreasonable that they're like, nah, I won't let you do this. But that just, nah. So it says, can we move on to a new one? Yeah, we're gonna. Wait, what are people saying though? At only 6 months together, if you fly business while she's on economy, I wouldn't expect it to hit month 7. You're the a-hole. I was on a flight with the president of my company, and he downgraded to coach because he didn't like the optics of sitting in front while I sat in the back. This is your girlfriend. Yes, save your business class when you fly alone. That's literally what I said. Just fly by yourself. You had a wife a year ago. Did you downgrade her for the post so it didn't sound as bad? That's terrible. Take the miles and take the business class. One of you takes it on the way there. The other gets it on the way back. Yeah, no. Something about this is just off, and I have to move on, or we're gonna start getting stuck. So I wish I had these problems. I know. Oh no, do I use an $11,000 seat or a $2,000 seat that's free through my work, basically? No. I'm opting out. But yes, that's what you should know. If somebody offered me the ability to sit in a place with more legroom, I would take it with no remorse, as long as it's not upsetting to them personally. And if it was on a personal level, I would work with them on that. That's how I feel. That's just me. Someone said base comments. Dude, when you sort Reddit by controversial, sometimes you actually can get comment sections that are not stupid. And it's nice. Okay. Am I the a-hole for not caring? My parents got a dog without talking to me and are neglecting it. That sounds like it's gonna be really depressing, so I'm not gonna do that one. Am I the a-hole for storming out on my grieving mother? Okay, that's a bit much. Am I the a-hole? A girl I'm seeing expects me to watch her dog for free. Does she? Wait. A girl I'm seeing. Hold on. Your girlfriend said, "Hey, can you watch my dog?" And you're mad that she's not paying you to do it? I think I need to click into this one because this sounds crazy as hell. But hold on, let's see. I've been seeing a girl for a few months. She planned a trip to go to LA to visit old friends, and since she was going to be gone for 4 days, asked me if I could watch her dog for her. She said she would pay me $200. I said sure. When she came back, she only paid me $100. And when I brought it up, she said she meant $100 when she said $200. I can believe that because I'd be making mistakes like that, which is why I write everything down. She also implied that since we're seeing each other, really, I should be watching her dog for free. Yeah. Yeah. Am I crazy for No, hold on. I feel like this is a red flag, this person says, but I want to make sure I'm not crazy. Am I the a-hole? Dog. I'm literally trying to imagine. First of all, she paid him. She paid this person. You got paid. But I'm trying to imagine if one of my friends came to me and just started complaining like, "Oh man, this is my girlfriend, dude. She wants me to like help take care of her dog while she's gone for free." And I'm like, yes, that sounds like a very normal, insane thing to want out of a partner. Someone said they are red flag. Whoever wrote this is red flag as hell. What? Like, there's so many things that I probably wouldn't do for someone that I was dating because maybe I don't have the ability. But dude, watching their dog temporarily for a few days, I would do that I would literally do that for someone I don't know. Honestly. No, that's scary. That's scary. Someone said most people do it for free with some cash for food and stuff. Yeah, that is off. That's a major red flag. The comments say, everyone sucks here. Really? Okay. It's a huge red flag. Wait, how are these comments sorted? Oh, I think it's all controversial. It's a huge red flag for her to dump you. She should follow through and pay what she said. Okay, I will say if you said you were going to pay $200, but then you only pay half of it and you're like, oh, I misspoke. That's shady. However, dating someone and expecting compensation for something like that is wild. Thank you. It shows an incredibly low level of investment on your part. Reddit comment making me feel sane, not on my bingo card. The next one says, you're the a-hole. You help care for your partner's pets, full stop. Okay, literally, like, I just feel like there are some things in life that are just that simple. They're just that simple. It can be fun to sit around and play let's think about this critically game. But like at the end of the day, if your girlfriend is like, I need help taking care of my dog, then you help her for free. That's insane. Oh my god, I would literally like do this for a neighbor. You're the a-hole. Your girlfriend's gone for a few days. You can't even watch her dog for those few days unless you're being paid. You're making it clear you're not in this for the long haul. You're the long haul. You're the a-hole. Charging your girlfriend for watching her dog is ridiculous. Thank God. Someone said there's no a-hole here because of this my relationship. I wouldn't expect to get paid or to have to pay, but she did offer without you asking, maybe hoping you would say don't worry about it. Okay, so this person doesn't consider OP to be an a-hole. I do. I'm sorry. I gotta move on from that. Like, because you know what you're getting into if you're dating someone with a dog, I feel. Like, I've not had that experience, but I feel like I would know, obviously. Like, my partner, the person I'm dating, has a dog. This entity is also a part of her life. So it's reasonable that I would wind up getting involved. I made this choice knowing this. I feel it's not like you're being asked to care for the dog forever. Nah. Someone say y'all be with people that don't like you. Yeah, this guy just doesn't like her, or whoever wrote this could be not a guy. Oh, nah. Moving on. Someone said I'd be offended if someone offered to pay me for that. Same, I'd be like, you do not have to pay me $100 or $200. Just if you want to pay for like the food or whatever that I would need, because you know what I should be feeding your dog, bet. Or if you just want to tell me what to get. But no, that's garbage, man. Someone said, I think both of the a-holes, she didn't pay him what she promised. That is true. She didn't pay him what she said, and neutrally, why did she say 200 if she wasn't going to pay it? But like, I don't think this is the same level of a-holery. I will say that. I don't think that's the same level. You being flaky about money and still paying, I don't think is as much of a red flag as somebody mad essentially that they had to watch a dog for less than what they deemed to be the appropriate amount of money. That's how I feel personally. Someone said it seems like she had to bribe him to get him to help at all. Yeah, the fact that she was even going into this thinking that she would have to pay says a lot to me, but whatever. Let's just move on, buddy. Let's move on. Someone said, I'm glad I'm married and old. Yeah. It cuts down, I'm sure, on a lot of complexity if you're just already somewhere where you're good. Am I the a-hole no gas for Taco Bell? Am I the a-hole for not apologizing to my mom for something I did out of my interest? I don't know what that really means. Am I the a-hole for wanting time off of work because of my boyfriend? For asking if someone wants me to spoil the ending of a game? Okay, I like this one. This seems like it's not complicated at all. Let me scan it. Make sure it's not super long. This one's weird. What the hell? No, this one's weird. I'm skipping it. Okay, hold on. You can't like let in vibes that are too weird. Am I the a-hole for getting coaches to quit leaving several young athletes without great resources? For wanting to share my transition journey with my best friend, even though my boyfriend says it's too far? I want to do this one. In the spirit of Pride Month, let's talk about it. Okay, now we're going to do it. Let's talk about it. Am I the a-hole for wanting to share my transition journey with my best friend, even though my boyfriend says it's too far? I 21-year-old male and am in a relationship with my boyfriend, 22. Okay, two 22-year-old dudes dating. We have been together for almost 6 months. Why has everyone been together for 6 months? Is that the magic number? We've been together for almost 6 months, and it has been the best 6 months of my life. I've never been in a relationship so good. Okay, then get off Reddit. Brother, get off of Reddit. You're literally saying you're happy where you are in life? Don't involve these losers in y'all relationship. I say, sitting here judging their relationship. The situation started when I asked if I could fulfill a joke promise to a friend I made before I started testosterone. Okay. My boyfriend and I are both transgender, female to male. Okay. This is important. Basically, my best friend... Okay, so this is the third person, a 21-year-old woman. And I have been friends since the 6th grade. And before I started T, I jokingly said I would send her a picture of my bottom growth. Search that up if you don't know what it is to show her how far I've come. This is consensual and non-sexual. I told my boyfriend I wanted to do this, and he said no. He said that is his boundary, and I want to respect this. But to me, it seems harmless. Okay. He says that since I used to have a crush on her back in middle school and high school, that it makes the whole thing worse. I truly don't think it is a big deal. It's not like she's into it or anything. Yeah, this isn't real. Yes, she is bisexual, but she is my best friend. Am I being the a-hole for saying this is an odd boundary for my boyfriend to have? He says it would be cheating That's crazy. Oh, chat. Is it crazy to not want your partner to send a picture of their genitalia to a friend that they used to have a crush on because you consider that to be cheating? I don't think it's as crazy as this person seems to think it is, that his boyfriend is a little bit upset by this. Okay, hold on. All I'm saying, without it being in the context of trans anything, I think I understand maybe the concern on the part of the boyfriend. I don't think I'm considering this to be an act of like insane a-holery. I think it's more so just like being weirded out. Nah, bro. I don't think that this person's boyfriend is overreacting. If you, maybe you disagree, but I'm just like, now I forgot to rate this, by the way, out of like how much I believe this is real on a scale of 0 to 5. I'm gonna give this a 2. I'm gonna give this 2 out of 5 because everything about this is literally too perfectly calculated. A post about this and your friend just happens to have had a crush on you and is also bi and therefore could totally be into you or attracted to you, and you want to send them a picture which, even if it's in a non-sexual context, is obviously like objectively an intimate photo, and your boyfriend is weirded out and you have literally no idea why, and you think that your boyfriend is crazy. I don't think this is real. I think if it was, I'm not necessarily labeling anybody in this situation an a-hole. I don't think there is one here, but buddy, you got to zoom out a little bit if you can't see this potentially being weird at all. Someone said, I don't think a partner can tell you that you essentially can't be nude in front of your friends. They can't. I would agree with you. Actually, your partner can't even tell you not to send a nude image of yourself to someone you used to have a crush on, because no one should really be controlling anyone else. I do just think finding that odd is understandable, perhaps. Oh no, someone said, I believe this story. I believe. Someone said this is 4 out of 5. Trans drama is messy AF. Stuff like this always. Can I close the floor a little bit? I'm going to close the floor a little bit. Even though I am non-binary, but I haven't like transitioned in this way. If you have, and you're in my chat right now, and you have an opinion about this, can you tell me what you think? Closing the floor. Everybody else, just wait. I know you have a lot to say, but I definitely got some people. I'm not saying you have to have transition specifically. I just mean being maybe female to male or whatever, vice versa, like anything like this, and you feel like you have a little bit more insight into this. Now is the time to let me know what you think. I've given my thoughts, which is I understand finding this weird. Someone said everybody valid. That's fair. A lot of people are saying they believe this story. Let's take it in the context as if it's completely real, because I think we can have a more interesting conversation. Somebody just sent, I think, the emoji with no mouth. Someone says, I think it's the photo aspect of this that sorry, I'm reading badly. I think it's a photo aspect of this that's the problem. People can do a lot with a photo. Yes, I hear what you're saying. Someone said, I'm FTNB and I think this is weird. Someone said this is just the usual FTM drama. Oh, nah. Someone said, at the same time, all of this for a joke is wild, though. I would agree for sure. Someone said, I feel like it would be okay if there was no crush history. I feel like I would find it less weird too. Low key. I maybe wouldn't even think anything of it. I just think like if someone came to me and they're like, hey, this person that I used to have a crush on, like I'm thinking of sending them this picture, I would be like, what? What? Someone said, I would not trust my best friend with that kind of photo. That's the thing. Even if you trust your friend, are you going to trust like Verizon or whoever you send this through? Are you going to trust their phone to not be hacked? Like, I don't know about that. Someone said, I think non-sexual nudity is okay, but the photo part and the history between them is weird. That makes sense. Someone says, I believe this is real. If not for the crush, I would say it's fine to send such a photo. Yeah, like, I feel like if this was in a different context and you guys were all just out nude somewhere, that wouldn't be weird. If your friend saw you and it's like, oh, hey, look, the thing happened. And it's like, or whatever. That's not like a red flag. I just think it's very hard in my mind to disconnect the idea of taking the sort of photo and sending it to somebody. That's how I feel. Reading chat. Someone said, just explain your progress on words. Why do they need a photo? I mean, I even understand just like, hey, yo, look, but like, dog, there's so many ways that this could go wrong. Some of them are emotional. Some of them are from a technological standpoint. Nah. Someone said they're not sharing it as a transition progression. It's apparently a joke, and I fail to see the gag. The private conversation aspect of it too carries a vibe. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna open the floor back up. I appreciate y'all's context genuinely. I haven't seen anybody specifically say, no, nothing about this is weird at all. So that I think says something. It says a lot. Dang, bro. Anyways, okay, so the comments, which I don't trust Reddit to get this correctly. You're the a-hole. Not sending nude photographs of yourself to your friends is a reasonable boundary. I would agree. Yeah. When you put it like that, it sounds silly. Now, granted, if you don't want to respect that boundary, that's fine. You can send the photo if you want. I just would have to then operate off of someone not respecting that. Granted, like, it gets really tricky when you call a moratorium on someone else's behavior a boundary, but like, you do have to have them on some level in relationships so they don't work. Oh nah, man, this is so weird. I mean, not weird as in it's just like, I'm conflicted. Someone said no a-hole here. I agree. That's what I said. You've been friends for half your life. You're obviously super close to this woman, and the pictures are intended for non-sexual reasons and document what can be a really important part of a dude's transition. That being said, it's rational for your boyfriend to be against it, as at the end of the day, you're sending nudes to someone who isn't him. Measure it instead or take photos of something like fruit arranged to look like it to send to your friend. It's funnier anyway. See how sometimes you can literally get sane takes on Reddit? I'm not like these other Reddit tubers. I guess I am, because I'm literally just fixating on posts that don't matter, and most of which are maybe fake. I'm not like the rest of y'all. I want to find people being reasonable. This feels completely reasonable to me. I don't feel as though OP is motivated by trying to be an a-hole. I do feel like he's having trouble putting himself in his partner's mindset, but even without doing that, I think you can still go. You can still do what you want to do, just not in that exact way. Probably, right? I don't know, dog. Someone said, I think he's an a-hole for thinking the boundaries weird, not necessarily because he wants to send the pic. Yeah, I guess like someone saying they're uncomfortable with something and then you being like, that's crazy, is bad. Technically. But not a-hole on the level of like, you need to break up immediately. Because I mean, this person didn't send the photo. They're just, to me, this post reads as someone trying to understand why their partner feels this way. Granted, you can do this magical thing called asking them, But yeah, that's where I think I'm gonna leave that one. Someone said no a-holes here, just very young people with limited relationship experience. Yeah, no, at the end of the day, sometimes me having problems is the problem. I'm not secure enough to be in a relationship with somebody who sends a nude photo of themselves for any reason to a prior crush. It's not happening. I don't care that that's my problem. I recognize that as my problem, but I just feel like I can't do this. Sorry. I've been put in a position where I'm questioning things and I don't do well with this feeling. And I kind of told you that this would happen and you went through with it anyway. Sorry. And maybe this is me blowing up our relationship over nothing, but I think I'm going to move forward. That would be me. I couldn't do it. Not because I want to control people. By all means, send as many photos as you want. I can't do this. So that's how I feel. Leaving it at that. All right. So I don't think we need to do too many more of these. maybe one more. Cause I don't want to get lost in the sauce. Am I the a-hole for refusing to reimburse costs after missing a hospital? I don't know about that. The a-hole for being picky with my time. I want one to have like a lot of comments because those are usually messier. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to visit my elderly parents when my dad recently got out of the hospital? For not telling my friend that our entire friend group was talking about her behind her back? Ooh. I got triggered. Let's do that one. Let's do this one. I find the title of this to actually be triggering. Oh no, it's kind of long. Hold on, wait. If I go just without the edit, it's not that long. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Let's do it. Am I the a-hole for not telling my friend that our entire friend group was talking about her behind her back? Someone said, I was just going to say I got triggered. It can be triggering. I, 26-year-old woman, have a close friend, Vinny, fake name, and a larger friend group that we've both been a part of for years. A few months ago, I started noticing that whenever Vinny wasn't around, people would talk about her. At first, it was minor stuff, complaining that she was always late, canceled plans a lot, or made everything about herself. This is not about me. This person doesn't know me. This person has never met me. This has nothing to do with me. Okay, we're good. Over time, it got a lot worse. People started criticizing her personality, her relationships, her appearance, and even things she told them in No, sorry. Because I'm literally over here thinking about just me being neurodivergent as hell, against my will, actually. And absolutely me thinking I'm a horrible friend, and it usually manifests as me being always late, canceling plans a lot, or sometimes, unfortunately, making everything about myself, even though that's never what I feel like I'm doing. Nah, this is literally not about us, chat. We're fine. We're good. People start criticizing her personality, her relationships, her appearance, and even things she told them in confidence. Some of the comments were pretty harsh, I'm not gonna lie. I never joined in. In fact, there were times I defended her or changed the subject because it made me uncomfortable, but I also never told Vinny. I strongly want to say you're the a-hole, but I can't yet because I need more info. I need something to dissuade me from being like, you're this foul to let this happen. You never even said anything to your friends. You said you never joined in, but you never even said, would you stop talking about her like this? My reasoning for not telling Vinny was that telling her would accomplish absolutely nothing except hurt her. But you could tell your friends, though. I knew she'd be devastated, and I didn't think repeating every nasty thing people would say, or people said, would improve the situation. I also didn't want to become the group's messenger and create even more drama. Okay. Eventually, everything blew up. She somehow found out that people have been talking about her for months. That tends to happen when you talk trash about people for months. it usually tends to get back to them, which is why it's not a good thing to do. I actually, sorry, I haven't finished the post yet. I literally have a rule where if I have something bad to say, I say it to my friends' faces, period. I have multiple times to my friends said, like, I think I'm just really upset with the way that you're framing this. Or like, I don't like your behavior right now. I feel like you're not listening. I feel like you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like, this isn't cool. I'm getting upset by your behavior. I say that to my friends. I've been friends with my current friend group for literally like 7 years. And there's been multiple times when they've done the same with me, where it's just like, D'Angelo, God, I don't like what you're doing right now. I'm upset. I'm angry. They come at me angry. And in the moment, do I react well? Of course not. In the moment, I'm just like, well, that's stupid, because I'm not doing anything. And then we realize, obviously, like, okay, now that we've let the feelings pass, obviously my friend coming to me upset about my behavior, which might have upset me, wasn't doing so because they're suddenly turned into a bad person. It's because there's a communication error that we should work to fix. And I always think about it after the fact. I come back later and I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't see this from the way you were saying it. Obviously, or I wouldn't have been doing this in the first place. But actually, I'm glad you told me. I'm sorry I reacted badly to this. And I've had my friends say, you know what? I'm sorry for what I said or what I did or this, that, the other. I didn't see it that way. What really sucks is sometimes I have to apologize for doing the wrong thing on purpose. Those are always pretty sucky combos. You're like, you know what? Yeah, that was garbage. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry. I feel like low key, our friendship is so strong and healthy. I go to bed never wondering if all of my friends are talking about me behind my back, because I finally have found people who will be honest with me. I'm telling you, that's preferable. That's so preferable to the alternative of having people in your friend group that you're getting upset with their behavior and you just wait until they leave and start trash talking them. That's not cool. Someone asked how old they are. Well, OP said that she's 26, so probably Vinny would be, I guess, a similar age. Yeah, no, like, you have to tell me. And that's the first thing I tell people. When our friendship is like growing, we get past a certain point, I will tell them, like, if you're upset with me, you have to tell me, because I am never, ever going to parse that information without being directly told. I literally say this. I say, like, I'm really never moving with the intention of upsetting you. But, like, if you're upset, but you're not saying it directly, I'm not going to pick it up. That's just not who I am. And people either take me at my word and things go well, or they don't. But frankly, this like weird social cue dynamic thing where I'm just supposed to like glean, I don't know, that you're upset with me for some reason, it doesn't work. I can't do it, dog. Oh my God. Anyways, going back, she somehow found that people have been talking about her for months. I don't know how, but she confronted several people and there was a huge fallout. A few days later, she asked me if I knew about it. I just didn't want to lie anymore, so I said yes. She immediately got quiet and asked how long I'd known. She said she'd expected strangers to talk behind her back, but not her closest friend. I told her that if I'd repeated everything people said, I would have just been hurting and fueling more drama. She said that took away her ability to decide for herself what she wanted to know or something like that. Now she isn't speaking to me. Am I the a-hole? Oh. Yes, obviously. And it's not just because I literally self-inserted myself as Vinny, because this exact thing has happened to me in the past. Dog. Objectively, you were sitting around hearing people trash talk someone who wasn't there to defend themselves, and you said nothing to people who were your friends. They're not gonna jump you. Nah, you're the a-hole. The answer is yes. I also just have a lot of baggage that makes this really painful. This is someone in chat earlier had said this is my worst nightmare. Literally my absolute positive worst nightmare happening in real time. Oh my God. That's so bad. Someone said their adults grow up. Literally, like, what do you think was going to happen? They're not going to invite you to, like, I don't know, the house party this weekend because you said, hey, don't you think it's really weird how you guys just turn so nasty about Vinny when she's not here? Nah, dude, that's weird. I literally take like a none of this policy. I don't privately like crap on other people, or actually I probably do because it is kind of human to do. But when I realize that I'm doing this, I always hit a point where I'm just like, it sounds like instead of me having opinions about this, I need to just tell the person what's going on. Hey, insert wherever I'm coming from. Even if that winds up being a difficult conversation. Hey, it can sometimes get hard to schedule things when, you know, we book for 6, but then you drop out last minute and this is kind of like a recurring thing. We can move from there, but it shouldn't be something where you're only ever hashing this out in private. Nah, man, this is messy. This is bad. Someone says because OP secretly agreed with everything they said about her. Low-key, if Vinny felt this way, what else are you supposed to believe? I do feel like low-key, if everybody's just keying it, I guess, about how I'm the problem, and I find this out, and like you didn't say anything, I'm just like, oh, damn, I guess there was nothing to refute. Nah, bro, this is messy. I also see a lot of people saying this is high school level drama. I agree that it's deeply immature, but as a 27-year-old, I will say I'm not much more emotionally mature than this. Somewhat, yes, because I can confront people if I'm feeling bad and I know how to use my words, but I'm not much more mature than I was in high school. Anyways, there's an edit. Someone suggested me to put my reasoning over here, so here it goes. I did cut them off, and that was before she found out. My only reasoning is that she was going through so much at her home and with her boyfriend, so I just didn't want to add more to it by telling her all the terrible things that people were saying about her. I don't think she had to tell her all the terrible things that people were saying about her. My thought process was that she would get more upset hearing those things because she really did consider them as good friends. But yeah, maybe I should have made better choices or better decisions. She's not wrong to feel hurt. I just wish she would try to understand that it wasn't from a place of malice. Dog. I think what this illustrates to me is how complex things get when you become a bad person through neutrality. I've talked about this before. Actually, I think it came up a couple streams ago when I was saying the thing that scares me the most, that scares me the absolute most, is in a world like this, being a bad person doesn't always have to be the choice to do something. It's not always like I woke up and I chose to actively do the wrong thing. Basically, if you just coast through this life being neutral about everything, sadly, you're going to have a bunch of situations where you were an a-hole and you enabled or participated in something that was bad just solely through your own neutrality. That doesn't mean you're an inherently evil person, but this is how I feel. Someone says spineless neutrality. Yeah, and I'm really bad about that too. Like, I don't feel bad about that nowadays, but it lives within me and I have to fight against it a lot, where I'm just like, as much as you convince yourself that it's self-care or whatever, you can't be neutral about everything. Or at least that's what I tell myself. I'm like, there is a moment where me being neutral is the exact same behavior as me being bad. And I have to choose right if I want to be able to defend myself and say I wasn't being a bad person in that scenario. So that's how I feel. I don't feel like whoever wrote this actively set out to be a bad person, but that doesn't change the fact that when presented with the option of not being a bad person, they didn't take it. That's the issue. And that can be a lot harder to like suss out within yourself. That's not easy to be introspective enough to realize like, oh man, I had the opportunity and I just sat there because it was easier. That's a bad thing to do. So all this to say, sorry, you're the a-hole. Someone said, I don't like that OP seems to keep doubling down on their bad decision. Yeah, I mean, she seems really stuck, I guess, on this idea of like, if I told her, I would make things worse. But like, you didn't have to tell her. You could have started, honestly, by being like, dog, just stop. You know, if you have a problem, we can talk about this the next time Vinny's here. Like, nah, man. Someone said OP needs time for self-examination. Yeah, I feel like this all happened too closely because very likely OP is not seeing this as bad, obviously, which is why she's here. Also, I forgot to rate this out of 5. I'm giving this a 5. I'm giving this a 5 out of 5 in terms of me believing it. I believe it. Out of all the posts I've read, even though I think most of them have been pretty credible, I maybe believe this one the most. Oh man, that is mess, dog. Someone said she put too much of herself in it. It was about Vinny, not her. Yeah, like, you also can't feel people's feelings for them. You really can't. I think like there's so much harm done in the name of like, oh, I was just protecting your feelings. No, you weren't. As Vinny actually said, even though OP was very dismissive about this. Let me see if I can find it. She said that took away her ability to decide for herself what she wanted to know, or something like that. ... It's been framed, it's been relegated to a byline at the end of the original post, throwaway line, and presented in such a like lackadaisical way. That's the core issue here. You were making decisions for this person that they don't agree with. So that's mostly how I feel about this. Like, you can't be so cognizant of people's feelings that you actually are low-key putting them in these crazy positions later that hurt them more after the fact. You're so worried about Vinny's feelings. She's hurt more now because you chose not to say anything. So I don't know. It's just really tricky, dog. It's really tricky. Anyways, let's see. You're the a-hole. I'm glad she ditched you too. She deserves a better friend. I'm 1000% confident that if my closest friend heard this, she'd tell me immediately and cut contact with those people as well. I've learned in life, if they were talking about her badly when she wasn't around, they did it to you too. Oh, see, because I wasn't even thinking about it like that. I wasn't even thinking about it like that. No, that is true. That is absolutely true. I know that more than I know anything else. That a relationship based solely on negative perceptions of other people within this group absolutely does the same thing when you're not there too. I know that that's true. Oh, I didn't even think about that. So like, you're literally playing yourself. You are literally playing yourself, thinking that like, oh wow, Vinny's just really getting the short end of the stick. Oh well, at least she's not here to hear it. You know that they say crazy things about you. Okay, anyways, nice point, Redditor. You're the a-hole. Okay, nice that you sometimes defended her, but you still stayed friends with them and allowed her to believe that these are her friends. Yeah, I would agree. You're the a-hole. Accomplished nothing but hurt her as a BS excuse. If you told her, she could have left that friend group with at least one friend that she could trust. Literally, she could have moved on earlier. Not wanting to feel drama is a weak excuse that only has benefit in your mind. Yeah. See what happens? Sort the Reddit post by controversial. Don't be sorting by best. You're only going to get nonsense. Sort them by controversial. And notice, we have agreed with almost every single comment we've read on Reddit. They've actually been insightful. They've had good points that I wasn't thinking about because I was so busy just spiraling. But yeah, it's my last Reddit post. What did we do? Let's recap. Am I the a-hole for not telling my friend that our entire friend group was talking about her behind my back? Yes. Am I the a-hole for flying business and my girlfriend goes coach? Yes, because the story was presented in a really weird way. Am I the a-hole for the girl I'm seeing expecting me to watch her dog for free? Yes, because that's not even the reason that you're the a-hole here. What else did we do? Am I the a-hole for Wanting to share my transition journey with my best friend, even though my boyfriend says it's too far. No. However, you're lacking crucial context about your partner's feelings, and that can obviously read as a-hole-ish behavior. So I really hope that they sit with this one a little bit. And am I the a-hole for not telling my friend that our entire... Oh, I already said that one. The answer is yes. See? We actually got some a-holes up in here. We got people who are actually doing bad things. If I was to go back... I pressed the wrong button. If I was to go back and sort this by like popular or whatever, which I don't feel like doing, it would literally just be a bunch of things. It would just be a bunch of things where it's like, am I the a-hole that, I don't know, my long lost brother who I've never met had a child secretly and now wants me to adopt this child when I have 10 of my own and we can't afford it. And then everyone on Reddit's like, oh my gosh, bestie, your brother's crazy. You're not the a-hole. And the entire post is fake. That bothers me. That bothers me for real, for real. Someone said literally every issue could have been resolved with proper communication. Bro, that's Reddit advice in a nutshell. That's honestly why I don't spend too much time doing this kind of content on stream, because even though I've enjoyed our conversations, when you start realizing that none of these problems, almost none of these problems need to even be real if people would just sit down and talk with each other instead of Reddit, it just starts getting infuriating. And then throw in the posts of people purposely trying to rage bait, and it's not even a fun thing to do, even though I still do it. But yeah, no, I thought we got a particularly good batch this time, and I'm quite happy with them. I really, really, really am. Someone said I need to see D'Angelo cringe from the Ned Fulmer stand-up. You just want me to suffer. I see how it is. I really do. Maybe someday I'll get there. But since I already just did this today, I gotta recover from the last cringe stand-up I just looked at. Someone says, is there really an Am I the Angel sub? No way. Let's see, because now I'm curious. Not that we need to read the post, but like... What? Am I the angel? What is the point of this? A place to satirize. Oh, it's making fun of. Okay, yeah, this is satire. No, that makes sense. Yeah, this is making fun of the thing that I'm talking about, where people will post things where they are obviously in the right. That's so funny. Yeah. Oh, it's a kitty. But anyways, it's a known issue with Reddit content, which is why I try to do it at least a little bit less silly, where I pretend like I believe all these things are real. Reading chat. Someone said I've seen enough of him. I do feel like there has been enough Ned Fulmer content for a lifetime for sure. I would agree. Someone said it's great. It's reposts of obvious people being wrong. Yeah, no, that's silly. Very silly. I'm gonna drink some more water. Someone said, I would love to listen to D'Angelo yap about the international FIFA folks experiencing USA for the first time. All I would have to say is like, oh, you guys think that's weird? Yeah, it is weird. We do that. Why do we do that? For every single thing, I'd be like, oh yeah, I guess it is weird that we do that. But we do. Oh my God. Someone said, I feel like most of these posts are AI bots trying to train on how to sound more human. A lot in the top comments, yes. I think when you sort them by not top, sometimes I do feel like they're actually genuine. Because I don't think any of the ones I read were giving AI, thankfully. I hate reading AI text or like spending my time doing that. It's just so... I could be doing anything else, like watching paint dry. Literally. Someone said, I would love D'Angelo to do a follow-up Rebel Wilson chat. That story's bananas. Oh, dude. I saw that it's only getting worse is how I would describe that. Maybe if it hit some sort of like really major crossroads, I could do more research and put together another video. But yeah, I will say, if you watch my Rebel Wilson video, which I think a lot of people did, that hasn't stopped. There's more going on there for sure. God, I just don't understand what's going on there. It's very odd. Very odd. Some say it got worse. It just got more, like, it just never ends, I guess is how I feel about it right now. I think even as I was making that video, if I remember correctly, like, Rebel Wilson was going on Instagram and posting a bunch of really weird stuff, which I had put in as, like, an aside. But yeah, no, dog, Wasn't on my bingo card. Wasn't on my bingo card. Because I never really like thought much about her. And I'm not saying that in a way where I'm trying to be like dismissive, like who cares about Rebel Wilson? She wasn't one of the celebrities. I was thinking someday Rebel Wilson's gonna have a really weird controversy and lawsuit that goes on and gets increasingly bizarre, but then it happened. So someone said Coffee and Colt's channel mentioned you in her Rebel Wilson coverage. Hopefully all good things, not like, yo, D'Angelo totally screwed this up. Because I hate talking about legal things for that reason. This is literally an excuse, but chat, I literally get confused. I feel like every single thing about the law and the judicial system is purposely worded in a way that is so confusing to a layperson. I just try to look at the actual documentation from my primary sources, and I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't know what half of these terms mean, and yes, I will obviously look them up, but like, I hate covering legal stuff. It's so cringe. Someone says, is there a reason you don't stream on Twitch? Ease of access. I'm already here on YouTube, and Twitch, I would have to click a couple extra buttons, and I would have to involve more moderation. And I feel like I'm happy here. Reading chat. Someone says you mentioned you were the only one of the only people to cover it and showed your thumbnail. I literally feel like the reason that most people are not covering the Rebel Wilson thing is literally because of how confusing it is. I remember several times throughout that stream, and especially as I was editing it, I had to stop and recap everything. I'm like, okay, I know you've just listened to this for 15 minutes, but let's stop and name all these people again. Rebel Wilson, actor, currently has beef with the producer as well as an actress who was making a movie, which, like, dog, I honestly don't blame anyone for not talking about that, because what even was it? So weird. Someone said D'Angelo is a legacy YouTuber. This is home. I mean, I pretty much am at this point. It's possible to have watched me for like 6 or 7 years at this point, which is a while, for real. So sorry, Twitch, but I love me some YouTube, dog. I really do. Reading chat. Someone said a lot of creators spread misinformation about legal stuff when they try to cover it, so I respect that decision. It's a tough subject. Yeah, it's easy to get one little thing wrong, because the thing with legal stuff, you could get one word wrong and be lying. Like, if I'm talking about Ariana Grande has a new album coming out, and I accidentally say, like, she put it out on Friday, but the truth of the matter is she did, like, it came out on Thursday, technically, as most albums do. That's not that big of a deal. And if someone in the comments is like, oh, that actually came out Friday, I'm like, oh yeah, you're right, sorry. If I'm doing any sort of legal thing and I'm like, oh yeah, this happened on Friday, but it happened on Thursday, that could literally be the difference between something criminal or something not criminal. I think the little details start mattering, and yes, I pay attention to detail, but no, I don't trust myself that much. It's also why I don't do true crime. Because again, just the idea of like me telling a true crime story, even referring to it as a story, feels kind of morbid, and like messing something up, not even through negligence, because yes, I would care, but I make mistakes. I do. There's mistakes in my videos. I'm not perfect. I would hate for that to be attached to a real thing where people are actually like dying. I do feel like, yes, some of my content can be serious, obviously, but for the most part, I treat it with like the lack of seriousness that it deserves, and I would have to be a completely different. I would have to have a completely different approach if I was trying to specifically remain in a more serious space. And I'm scared, so no. So no. The answer is no. Someone said, "What's your take on true crime ethically?" It's too easy. Like all niches, it is too easy to rise to the top by doing it unethically, and that's sad, and that makes the people who care a lot about it, that makes it hard for them. I believe. I don't like, there's nothing inherently wrong, I think, with talking about things that have truly actually occurred, and there are a lot of true crime creators that put a lot of detail and effort and research. They really care. Or at least they seem to care. I don't know, maybe I'm just falling for a lie, but people I would believe actually care about what they're talking about. But like, if you start thinking about like documentaries, a lot of these documentaries don't care. People like Ryan Murphy doing it's not true crime because he's dramatizing it. People like that don't care. There's a lot of bad actors. There's a lot of exploitative stuff on YouTube where it's not doing anything except, I guess, just like borderline reveling in the fact that the worst things are happening. So I wouldn't apply that to everybody in true crime because that's not fair. Everybody on YouTube, for the most part, works hard in their niche, and you can do anything almost ethically. There's a conversation to be had about like, should we be talking about these things? But like, they happen though. So yeah, no, that's really, really tricky. I guess like I can get put off by true crime pretty easily, because maybe sometimes I feel like the tone can be off to me. I guess when I hear about like really horrible things happening, I don't want the people delivering this news to be lighthearted in any way. So if I am picking that up, which it does happen in the true crime space, that's when I get really put off. But if that's not an issue, I don't really see it as a problem. I really don't. Someone said any ACAB true crime YouTubers off the bat. Oh my god, yes. Please no true crime as like cop apologia. That's not a good thing. And it happens a lot, by the way. That happens a lot. I'm speaking from personal experience. You be watching true crime, and then whoever is delivering this information is like, thanks to the tireless and amazing work of the local police department protecting everybody, we were finally able to get closure. And I'm like, thanks to the tireless what of the local whom protecting what now? I need y'all to reel that one in quickly. But thankfully, there are a lot of true crime YouTubers who realize that the police actually literally make everything worse. Everything, all of it, including actual like criminal proceedings. So no. Someone said, I hate how much cops get excused in true crime. Yeah, no, you will run into that if you were just sampling random people and clicking into every video about a subject. Probably some of them will just be cop apologia, and that is whack. That's whack. It is almost always the case that objectively the cops make everything worse in a true crime story almost every time. It's actually crazy. So yeah, no. Oh, also, that reminds me, I haven't mentioned Love Island in 3 hours, so you can't be mad. You can't be mad. I haven't mentioned it in 3 hours. But one of the people on there was a cop. He was just an entire police officer. They were introducing everybody, like all the cast members were doing like their little sexy dances and stuff. And I was just sitting there like I was watching a nature documentary. And then this guy showed up and he's like staring into the camera. And then the VO, the goofy narrator, is like, and this guy is a cop. And I was like, he's a what? He's what? And yeah, no, he was just fully a police officer. And I'm like, dog, baby, I don't want to see that. I'm sorry. To call me what you will, some sort of triggered whatever, or I need to save space. So I'm like, the sexy cop thing that you're trying to make happen, and they were literally trying to make that happen super hard this season. They kept calling him Officer Sexy Pants. And I'm just like, for Love Island USA? United States of America? This law enforcement? Nah, that pissed me off really bad. That really, really, really did. I hated how they were framing the cop thing. But anyways, that's okay. Because if I explain that to someone who doesn't know why I'm mad, then I'm just going to sound crazy. But I was uncomfy. I was like, oh, guys, no, please no. I need help. Reading chat. Someone said cops are the opposite of hot. Yeah, it's not, Chad, it's not sexy to be a police officer. I hope that helps. It really isn't. Not here. No, I'm not even talking about like, oh, costumes or whatever. This dude was literally a cop, and they kept bringing this up like it was awesome. Whack as hell. Someone said the way they framed it was disgusting. It was mostly the framing that was bothering me. Police officers exist. They have relationships and they date people, but I was just like, the trivializing and of it, whatever. I can't help but have strong feelings about this. Sorry. Like, I hate to say this so bluntly, but like in a world where I made a video today, or I did a live today about how people are still making jokes about George Floyd's death, his murder by police officers. You have to forgive me for struggling personally with the sexy cop narrative, officer sexy pants. Oh, for Love Island USA. I was like, okay, that I'm gonna say that in my video. when we get to me making a video about this later, whenever that happens, I'm gonna be like, hey, I gotta point this out. Y'all were foul for that. Y'all weren't thinking this one through very well. You didn't have to do this. You literally could have mentioned it offhandedly. But anyways, that's all I'll say about that. That is all I will say about that for now. Because we can't talk about Love Island forever. It's just, I don't think I understand. I've been watching this for 12 hours. It's so long. It just never ends. It just never ends. My God, it just goes on forever. This is terrible. And I've been enjoying it. Reading chat. Someone would never date a cop. I can't blame you for that. Nope. Someone says, as a former cop, it kills me to hear that everyone hates me, especially as someone who is progressive and protests, etc. Here's the thing though, I don't hate you because you're a former cop. That's basically it. I don't really hate like former cops, and I understand that obviously in the context of Sean, was that his name? I don't remember. And I think it was in the context of this dude being on Love Island, he was not currently a cop. I just still think like if you were somebody who didn't understand why people don't like police officers at all and wanted to play like silly about that, then yeah, you're going to get me veering into increasing like upset at you. Obviously, I'm going to be mad. I've said this before and I'll say this again. I tried to join the United States military. I did it when I was in college. This was over 10 years ago at this point, I believe. I tried to join the United States Air Force. Actually, I got pretty far. It wound up not working out for reasons outside of my control. If it was up to me, I would have spent the last 6 years. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think I would have like graduated and finished on time because I was in ROTC, not JROTC, not that thing that kids do where you pretend. I was quite literally in the system and on track to become an officer. And I wasn't doing that because as a teenager, I just believed that American imperialism was such a good thing and I wanted to spread it. I didn't know what the phrase American imperialism meant. And I wanted security because everything in my life was falling apart very rapidly. And I am so grateful to the universe that me trying to join the Air Force also fell apart. I got lucky. I literally would have been there. So I guess like, whereas I hate all of these systems, obviously, my hatred's never really stemming from individual people. Like, yes, it kind of is, but there's a massive difference between being somebody who's like, well, I was part of the system and now I'm protesting it, and the existence of people who were ever associated with this. Also, I would like to proudly say I was manipulated. I don't take responsibility for that time I tried to join the United States military as a teenager, and I never will. I was lied to by all of the adults in my life who told me that this would be a good thing. They didn't think that they were lying, but they were. It wasn't a good thing. I was lied to by all of my education, leading me to believe that I would have been the good guy. And I had quite literally no frame of reference for how what I was doing would have been bad, because it all existed in the context of a lie. It's really sad and depressing. So I literally just got lucky. I just got lucky every single day. I'm literally grateful that they dropped me. I'm just like, God, I feel like I would have messed my whole life up. It would have been so bad. But yeah, they were like, ooh, a teenager with breath in his lungs and blood in his body currently wants to die for us. And then they got so excited. They got so excited. And there's levels to this too. There's levels to this too. Because now we're going to start getting too deep in it. We're going to start getting too in the woods. They were so excited that my black behind was signing up for this. They were ecstatic. They were giddy. They were literally making accommodations for me that they probably shouldn't have, which is actually why I wound up getting so far. There's levels to this, dog. I believe all teenagers who join the military are being manipulated, but truthfully, if I'm being honest with you, there's extra layers of this. Of like, when you, saw someone in chat say preying on marginalized communities, they do this. They do. They will seek you out. They will seek you out as a person of color. In my case, as a black person, they'll be like, you specifically should join us. Come die for your country, child. Don't you feel so unstructured? That's what everything was saying. That's why I did it. Because I had unmedicated ADHD. And it was really bad. Which of course I didn't tell them. Because I didn't know. And I was like, I do feel like there's a lack of structure. I don't understand. Why can't things just be easier? And the military was just like, don't worry. Here, everything works on the schedule. And we will handle this for you. And we've got you. And I hate to say this, that's how it worked. When I was in ROTC, I did find a lot of quote unquote comfort out of the parts where they were just taking advantage of, well, frankly, me being unmedicated and struggling with a mental health disorder that made it hard for me to thrive in other environments. Yeah. Oh, it was great. It was great. So it wasn't because of that. I wound up getting disqualified on some other health stuff, luckily. But like, dog, it's so foul. It's so foul. It's really, 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 really bad. Nah, man. Some of the military is actually so evil. They really are. And then also, like, now nobody even wants to join anymore. No one even wants to join. You know how I know? Because they literally, I've talked about this before on stream, they keep relaxing the guidelines. It used to be like you couldn't have tattoos in certain places, and they're like, okay, fine. Now you can have a tattoo as long as it's smaller than an inch. It can be literally on your neck or whatever. And I'm not even talking about just like the Navy or things like that. Other branches, the Air Force, relaxing their tattoo policy, realizing like nobody wants to be told what to do. Nobody wants to come die for America. That's stupid. Nobody wants to do any of this. And by the way, I might not have like been in danger. It might not have been that. They might not have ever sent me anywhere, but I still would have essentially been a pawn and been instrumental in many other people dying. So that still wouldn't have been a good thing. But yeah, no, like no one even wants that. Like, bro, we see that you're literally scamming us. Dog, y'all are desperate as hell, and it's embarrassing. So yeah, don't join the military or the police. If this is something that you have done and you're not currently in that system, hey, as somebody who was almost an Air Force officer, Officer Wallace, U.S. Air Force officer D'Angelo Wallace. No thanks. No thanks. No thank you. Someone said I have younger brothers who want to join the military mostly because of the free college. And I don't know how to convince them it's not worth it. They're very misled about US imperialism. What changed your mind? Well, it wasn't changed when I got dropped. When I got dropped, I was still sad because I wanted to do it. I really did. It was only ever after seeing the protest outside of the context of that environment, a very pro-military place. Here's another thing that I don't know if y'all realize. This particular moniker may get applied to multiple places, but you know what Military City, USA is? Look what came up. Chat. I literally just Googled Military City, USA. And look what came up. San Antonio is my hometown. That's the place where I lived for 20 years. I grew up. All of my friends were there. That's where I went to school. And that's actually where I was going through the process. So I was never, ever going to realize how bad the military was while I was in the context of mostly talking to people around me in Military City, USA, San Antonio, Texas. So bad. The glazing is crazy. So yeah, I guess I got lucky enough to slowly wind up mostly talking to people who were not from there. And as for your brother's desire for free education, isn't that just also not on their part? Literally so evil. Like, you are literally saying like, hey, these young people want to go to school for free, but the only way they know how to do that is to join the US military. And so they're going to do it. It's literally like a sick joke to be like, free education in the United States? Nah, unless you join the armed forces, which is literally also very true. So yeah, this is all just like, this is a mess, dog. It's a mess. So sorry, I can't really help because no one was going to convince me of the lie that I was living in while I was living there. Oh no. Someone said the state can afford to provide free education, but only if you'll die for them. Yeah, no, dog. It's a mess, man. It's a mess. But yeah, to that one person, just know, like, my hatred for you, not really existent. I don't hate you. Keep protesting. Just like I will also keep trying to undo some of the nonsense I was doing. But Sean from Love Island and the way that they were handling that, I got nothing but hater energy. Anyways, that's all I got. I don't know why we were talking about. I guess it made sense based off of some of the other things. That's all I've got today. I'm going to come back on Saturday with another topic. Who will it be about? God only knows. No, God doesn't know, and neither do I. Bye, everybody. Thank you. I appreciated this. All right. Stop streaming.